YOO, my favorite yapper is live. Muga. Hey Alex, your streams have been helping distract me while my mom recovers in the hospital. Love you, Browski.
Hope your mom recovers. Alex, you sound sad. Yeah, so sad. Cosmic with the 63 months, appreciate it.
I've never heard of this World of Warcraft. I'm too busy out here saving this fine city of Los Santos.
What the fuck? Not the Kronk sound effect. Alex is never sad when he streams and he has us. We use TTS to ask questions like...
I wonder if the videos I sent in the queue have been played yet. It's been 4 days. Whatever time for my Checky milk.
I don't know, maybe. What was your video? We watched some wild stuff last stream, did we? I've been having this like ongoing headache for the past 2 days. And Google is telling me it's either an ice pick headache, a migraine, or a brain tumor. So I'm kind of just like, I don't know, riding it out. It's probably a brain tumor, right? It's got to be. Where's the pain? In my head? Where's my headache? My lower leg. For real, I was having headaches recently. Apparently it means I'm going deaf. Is that why you watch the stream with the audio muted? Is it to prepare yourself? Igni, thank you for the 37 months.
What's good, Uncle Lex? What we playing today?
What is this, like Johnny Silverhand as like a baby? Will you learn sign language for me when the diseases take over? No. I would say start watching disability friendly streamers. Unlike me, a streamer that causes disabilities. Cursed baby mentioned. Bro. Guys, shut the fuck up about the cursed baby. The fucking bit is dead, bro. Y'all constantly fucking talking about like the worst fucking game I've ever played, man. Cursed baby mentioned? T-pose? Fuck's sakes, dude. I thought Zoocosis was the worst. I actually don't even know what would be the worst one. There's probably a few that are way worse. Even beats out Cursed Baby. You literally play WoW. I don't know what you're talking about. WoW, the worst game of all time with 100 million concurrent subscribers at all-time peak. I hope I make the worst game ever like World of Warcraft in my lifetime. I hope the worst game I ever make has 100 million subscribers. Man, that would really suck. What even is that message, Megsy? Yeah, Megsy, the term Nazis gets timed out. Like, what are we doing here, guys? Why would you wish that pain on that many people? For money. Yeah, guys, we're not trying to get political. We already got demonetized once on a different platform. I'm not trying to get, like, you know, double or nothing, get demonetized on 2 separate platforms in my lifetime. I'm fucking good. If you're going to avoid talking about politics so I can save a little bit of AdSense on my content, that'd be sick. Kick stream soon? Did YouPorn demonetize you? No, but your mom did. Alex, Infinity Nikki just came out. Are you planning on playing it? Infinity Nikki? What the hell is Infinity Nikki? Guys, Infinity Nikki. What is this? Bro, what the fuck am I looking at here, brother? Infinity Nikki gameplay trailer. Is this a gotcha? Is this a gotcha, brother? Why can't I full screen? My full screen's not working. Oh my god.
And so, they're off on another adventure, greeted by a magical new world.
Dude.
Mirrorland.
Yeah, man, I'm hopping on this shit day one.
To face the challenges that await, they must collect Whim Stars, the embodiment of whimsy and inspiration, to acquire the various sketches of ability outfits. Each ability outfit grants Nikki a unique power of whim, whether it be purifying.
Yeah, this is an art game for sure. Art, this is a fucking you game 100%.
Animal grooming.
Ain't no fuck.
Something mystical. With these outfits.
What was that?
Bug catching.
Bug catching.
Animal grooming.
That's in thug catching.
Or
Animal grooming.
Mystical. With these outfits and her best.
Why is there
friend-
always some little flying doofus? I guarantee you this guy has like the most annoying fucking like voice too. You know? Come on, protagonist. We got some mysteries to solve. Like every fucking time, brother. Like why do they gotta like always insert these he's baby? They gotta always insert these fucking like little children in these games, man. Flying doofus is crazy. What else would you call him, brother? I don't know, man. Oh, what? Look at this guy. Girl or whatever. I don't know. Like mystical creature. Look at this mystical creature. Why is Alex being a hater? I'm not the target demo. Okay. This is like me walking into like a fucking like Victoria's Secrets or like what is Sephora and being like, what the fuck is all this shit? This isn't for me. What the fuck? I wouldn't wear lingerie. You know, like, yeah, what do you... So this is the equivalent of that. Just mind you, like, I'm very self-aware that me watching this and being like, bro, I would never play this. Like, why am I watching this then, right? Having said that, I could still have some candid takes on this. Alex just lacks whimsy. What does that mean? I lack whimsy. Alex, serious question. Tav, I swear to God, I'm about ready to fucking ban you. So I hope the next part of this is a good question. You think the 12-hour streams back-to-back with the blue and purple lights are contributing to the headache? That's a good question for once, Tav. I don't know. Maybe, possibly. There could be other factors, like my double Uno reverse sleep schedule, where I'm awake at 8 a.m. and I stream until 9 p.m., go to sleep, wake up at 11 p.m., then stream until 8 a.m. and pass out at 9 a.m. Those could also be contributing factors to my now chronic headache. You were ready for the hammer. I was very ready. I warmed him too. Is this the Tav redemption arc? No, because Tav found the Trails playbook. Okay? Tav knows that if every once in a while he sneaks something shitty in between the positives and the Alex Hearts and like says something nice to the chatters, he can get away with a shitty comment every like 30 or so posts. So he's taking full advantage of that. That's the Trail's patented formula. All right? Trail's will sneak in some shit and then be nice the rest of the time.
Well, if it isn't my favorite tongue. Thank you for letting me get thing. Off me chest, lecky boy.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Although I am still waiting for that 20 for our Bazinga Bozo Bonanza for the wheel. It's still gotta happen. It's my susten.
Bro, what? What did you even ask? What did you even say? Holy drinking problem, Batman. Waiting for the 24-hour Bazinga Bozo Bonanza. Brother, okay.
With these outfits and her best friend Momo by her side, Nikki embarks on a journey.
Her best friend Momo. There's two of them.
And determination. The first ability outfit Nikki receives is called Bubbly Voyage. This outfit lets her float in midair for a short period of time, which allows for a better jump. It's a must-have for exploring Mirrorland and...
Bro, okay, whatever. I mean, like, what am I even doing here? Who asked me if I'm playing this?
As Nikki's adventure continues, her jumping skills will become more refined. She'll be able to leap higher and dodge potential dangers with ease. Did you know? The key to jumping is figuring out your landing spot. Wow, great job, Nikki! With S-Links, Nikki's purification
This new
outfit
Warhammer
shines.
game is
She can
crazy.
easily defeat them. Even against stronger foes, Nikki can use her plunge
Caged
skill to
greed.
deal damage and win. After defeating various enemies, she'll also receive valuable materials.
Holy fuck.
During your adventure, don't forget to sit back and relax with adorable animals. Put on your Bye-Bye Dust outfit to groom them. Keep an eye out for the fluffy Sky Monarch. It might lead Nikki to some unique surprises. Whether it's capturing wind flutter in the wild, finding hidden
I have
Wingmings
no
to
Bazinga
groom,
bongos and
or
I must
rallying
scream.
with the fish, there are always new ways to collect Whimstars. The adventure continues as Nikki and Momo step into the Curio domain. They'll encounter intricate mechanisms in their exploration.
Bro, imagine being
But don't
Bazingo
worry,
Bongo-less.
As long as you make
Holy
good use
shit.
of your ability outfits, those Whimstars are within reach. When you're tired, hop on the Whimstar.
Bro, literally just keep the stream open on a different tab while you like play other games or do other things with your life, and you'll be a Bazinga Bongo millionaire. Just don't hang out in the offline chat where you start doing back alley gambling. That's where you lose them all.
Exhilarating ride. Meet the friendly townsfolk and participate in the fun mini games they provide.
Holy shit.
As Nikki's loyal friend, Momo will take pictures throughout their journey. Unforgettable moments will
Momo be
captured as
snapping
special memories.
pictures?
Relax, appreciate, and take in every bit of Mirrorland with its breathtaking beauty. Your adventure is about to begin. In this world brimming with whimsy and inspiration, find your rhythm and enjoy the fun and freedom that accompany the power of whim.
Dude, if I was a 12-year-old girl, this would be sick to play. I'd be having a blast with this game. This would be my game of the year. 12? Hello? I don't know. I mean, is this not the target demo? I'm 28 and I love it. Well, yeah, Art, I mean, Art, you're my friend, you know, at the end of the day, so I'll respect anything that you decide to do as long as it's, you know, not hurting anybody and it's, you know. Alex, want to know what my game of the year is? No. The closer we get to Christmas, the more Alex becomes Grinch-like. Okay. Grinchler. He's wearing sunglasses because he's so high. Dude, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've been so high, bro. No, by a minute. 3 years. Yeah. Hey, Alex, let us know when your headache gets bad. It started to activate yesterday during my second stream that was going on to 10 hours. Today it just feels like a regular headache. I don't know. It was just weird. Usually I don't get headaches, so I think I'm starting to crumble. Drink water? Yeah. He's wearing sunglasses because he can't bear to see himself in the mirror anymore. So this is the Tav approach. Dude, Tav, Tav, I already knew you were gonna say some shit, man. I predicted you, man. I fucking predicted you, bro. Isn't it sad? You're getting actually like read by a boomer, brother. Like, what are you doing? You gotta step up your game a little bit. Where's my Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. What's the longest Tav's been timed out? The other day it was 2 weeks. I was really mad about something, so he ended up getting like reversed in like an hour. POE 2 hype, yeah. We do have POE 2 hype. Alex, do this. I'm about to do that, but instead of the two fingers going up, it's just gonna be one. It's gonna be in the middle. Was there a PC showcase or something? Did I miss that already? Like PC showcase? PC gaming, right? PC gaming show. Most Wanted 2024. Is there nothing else? Is there not like a synopsis? It's a 2-hour fucking thing. Oh my god. PC gaming show review. There's a whole bunch of like review. There's a whole bunch of oh my gosh. There's a bunch of videos. There's so many things they did in the 2 hours. Holy shit. You want to know the number one most anticipated game? Is it these? Is there not a wrap up for this, bro? It's just like Terraria. These what? Yeah, this was the PC gaming show Most Wanted.
Anime influence throughout. Japanese.
I don't even know. Like, I don't want to watch the whole thing. Henry Halfhead.
Onto one of the biggest trends in gaming, co-op horror.
Gray Warzone.
Which is really, really exciting, and that's kind of a lot more.
Wait, what?
You have a lot of movement. It's a third-person game. We're seeing.
There was like a Monster Hunter thing in here I
Please
saw.
Stay on the line.
How do you wait? What? How do you think I would D's you? What the fuck are you talking about? You better not D's me. There's a killing floor thing. Dyslexia? How dare you think I would D's you? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I read things sometimes that aren't there. Like the Sixth Sense. But I think that is just dyslexia, yeah. Oh, shit. Yo. Killing Floor 3. I heard something problem in there as a person who knows many languages. I translated that for y'all. They said there's a problem here. Okay. As Adam Smasher. Yo, Killing Floor should do like some crossover collabs. You know what I always said is like Natural Selection 2 needed to do more like actual like fucking sellout shit. They need to do some collabs. They need to do some battle passes, season passes, new maps, rotations. Would have made the game way more like, oh God, what a fucking. I love that game, but what a missed opportunity that game. Actually, not even maybe missed opportunity. It may just be like bad timing. You know, right game, wrong time. I don't know. I want to watch some of these, but I don't know which one to like because the little picture doesn't do much for me. You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole bunch of indie games in here that look interesting, but I don't want to, like, watch every trailer uploaded. What was the number one most anticipated game? Didn't hear the rest of it. Civ 7? Ain't no fucking way Civ 7 is the most anticipated game. Shut the fuck up. Ain't no fucking way, brother. Dude, how are people still... oh, dude, I'm not even going to get into it, man. I'm not going to get into it, dude. I'm going to have, like, a bad take on it, and people are going to get mad about Civilization games, and it's just going to, like... I don't want to sit here and argue for the next hour about my take. Is this the new EVE or an expansion? EVE Frontier Developer Deep Dive. I don't know. Civ sucks. I just don't like Civ, okay? I don't like these fucking turn-based, yo, bro, you want to hop down for a game of Civ? Sure, man, let me take off the next 3 weeks. Like, yeah, dude, let's go. I want to take 72 hours to complete my turn. Like, okay, so people play it, they like that shit. You know, it makes me think of, like, board games that last, like, over the entire weekend, and people are all about it. But, like, ain't no one telling me, yo, hop on Civ real quick. Every time, and I see friends, and they start, like, Civ games, and they're, like, fucking 12 hours in, bro. They're still, like, and you just sit there and wait for them. Like, it's just not, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, hell, even Baldur's Gate, as much as I love that game, sometimes we had a rule in I don't know if Casey's in here. In Divinity, we had a rule. We banned Casey from playing the Conjurer. Okay, and the reason for that is because motherfucker would play the Conjurer. He'd have goddamn 7 minions out, and we'd have to wait for all of his minions to take a turn. So we said, Casey, you are no longer allowed to play the Conjurer for our playthrough. And that was acceptable, because at that point, it's like, brother, I'm trying to play a game. I'm not trying to sit there and watch, like, every single one of your fucking totems take a turn. Okay, and that's sort of what I get the vibe with Civ. I take one turn to do one thing. And it's like, I upgrade my farm to fucking grow barley. And then I have to wait the next 13 and a half minutes while the rest of the entire map takes their singular turn. And it's just like, brother, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not my thing. That's all. I get some people love that shit. Brother, I'm trying to fucking do stuff. I'm trying to play a game, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to watch somebody play a game and take their turn. Crazy was ranked above POE 2 and MH Wild. By who? Dude. Yeah, that's by who? By the Civilization subreddit? Ain't no fucking way. First of all, POE 2's already like crashing fucking Steam and their website. The game's not even out yet. The fucking websites are breaking. MH Wilds is gonna explode and probably be the top most selling game for Capcom in its entire history. And you're telling me Civ 7 is just gonna be like a fucking sleeper hit? Ain't no fucking way. All right. I mean, it'll put you to sleep, but it's not gonna come out and all of a sudden trump both of these games. They are by far the most anticipated games. Hell, even fucking Elden Ring DLC was probably more anticipated. Yeah, I'm not buying for this propaganda, brother. Civ 7 is a household title. Dude, I don't care. I don't care if it's a fucking like laundry detergent that your family's been buying for the goddamn past 45 years, okay? Ain't no way this game is going to outperform Monster Hunter or a PoE 2. There's no shot, okay? There's absolutely no fucking shot. It's just, I didn't even know Civ 7 is coming out until you mentioned it, and I own all Civ titles. Yeah, it's like when these websites, you know, not to get into it, but it's when politics are saying, you know, oh, this mayor is going to sweep this county. All the votes are coming in for this one mayor, okay? There's no way he's going to lose. And all of a sudden, election day comes around, and the mayor gets fucking blasted. Like 9-1, and you're sitting there like, what? But everyone's telling me that it's the most anticipated game of the year. Yeah, okay. Everyone that's on the website they're playing Civ, okay? The real gamers like myself, all right? The highly sophisticated gamers that have a pulse on gaming, okay, know damn well the Monster Hunter Wilds and PoE 2 are going to be, you know, the peak of gaming in our lifetime, and we're all playing it, all right? All of us boomer dads, myself without my Florida children, are very highly anticipating these games to just blow records out of the water, and they will. They absolutely will. Hell, even I thought Stalker 2 might have, but seemingly Stalker 2 kind of underperformed a little bit. Makes me a little sad, but they did have a lot of issues, and I mean they're a studio in Ukraine, so they definitely had a lot of issues trying to get the game out. But yeah, I'm absolutely, like, I've never been more excited for a game than Monster Hunter Wilds, and PoE 2 comes out in about less than 15 hours, I think. I'm not sure exactly what time it comes out, and I think it's in 12 hours, 14 hours. Like I don't know. But anyways, it's gonna be it's because you aren't playing Stalker 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Subnautica 2. I think Subnautica 2 would have done better, but it seems like I haven't played Below Zero, but it seems like Below Zero may have taken some of the wind out of what could have been the Subnautica 2 release, right? So I think when a good game comes out, people are very highly excited for the second game. But when the second game comes out and it's not that great, they're less likely to be excited for the third game. That's just how it goes, right? So naturally, I think there'll be less people excited about the third game. But I haven't played Below Zero, so I don't know. Maybe Below Zero will be like insane and amazing. I still plan on playing it. I don't know when, because I have so many games I still have to get to. But when it does inevitably come out, we'll still play Below Zero. But I think we'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe people are actually excited about Subnautica 3. So who knows? I mean, it seems cool. The little trailer showed off some nice things, and I actually thought Subnautica was a really good game. We did do our Subnautica stream, where we played through the entirety of Subnautica. It was really fun. I think they could have done a bit more with some things. I like, you know what I mean? I think there could have been more to the game, honestly. And I think there could have been more procedural stuff with it. I think the Abyss could have been a little bit scarier. Like the Ghost Leviathans coming out was kind of scary, but I think there should have been more. Like, I think you should have been able to actually land in the Abyss, and it should just be like a dark desert, right? And there's like just a giant monster that follows you around in it, right? Just something like that, right? Like that would have been just the cherry on top. It's like, yeah, sure, you can get down to the Abyss, go down 9,000 meters or whatever, see if your thing can survive it. But when you get down there, you know, something will come out and kill you. So, like a dark, foggy void. Yeah, something like that. And then maybe if you search around, there's like an Easter egg that has like one more data record that gives you details about like how the aliens got there or something, you know. But you'd have to walk around through the entire void with this giant monster chasing you. That would have been insane. I think a lot of players would have liked that too. But yeah, overall, I mean, the game is fantastic. I could see why there's so many people that like Subnautica. The ambience was great. The voice acting was great. The base building was great. The soundtrack was great. The progression of it was great. There's a lot to like about it. Like I like Subnautica a lot. I'm definitely down to play Subnautica 3. For sure. The only thing I didn't like was the island stuff. I will admit the island stuff was a little cringe, and I say that out of love, but I don't like how, first of all, the island was like obfuscated by fog, and like when you got to it, then you saw it. But then also, I just don't think it should have. I don't think there should have been any islands on like the Subnautica game. There should have been no islands. It should have all been underwater and all deep water. I think what kind of made it scary for me was I first thought that it was just like ocean everywhere, and it is for the most part. But then I didn't like how you had to go on islands to do some exploration, like walking around. That was weird. It's like, this is a water exploration game, so I don't know why I'm on an island. Especially that one where there's the two bases and I have to like jump around and do all that shit. Like, that was annoying. But then also the cave diving was, I mean, I think the cave diving could have been good for like one or two sections. But I think what they should have done is, instead of it being like you go down in the cave and then you go further down in the cave for the next part, I think they could have, I think that was too much cave diving. What I think they should have done is they should have had some sections where you can go into a cave, but you have to get out of your submersible, and it's just kind of like cave diving like in real life, right? Like it's like very small spaces and that kind of thing, and maybe you find stuff in it, some loot. But entire sections where it's just like a cave goes into a bigger cave, and that cave goes into a bigger cave. I mean, I get why they did it, because they were trying to hide stuff, but I just wasn't really like super into it, you know? Because my impression was that, you get the suit and you make the suit like sustain deeper depths. So for me, in my head, that meant like you keep going further and further out into the ocean until the depth drops off. And then at some point, you know, you're going to be in like super deep in the ocean. It's going to be completely dark, and you're going to have to like figure out like where to go. I thought that was the game, but no, it's actually like you make the suit dive deeper so you can go into like deeper caves. And that kind of was like, like I get one aspect of it's probably development wise. It's like you can't really just have this giant map, you know, for the game, or like you have to kind of, especially if you want them to find certain stuff, like you can't just have them go anywhere and it's all deep at some point, and it just becomes like it's just like too many options. So I understand why they wanted to like make everything be in the middle of the map, and that's your story progression, but also kind of like the sense of depth just kind of was gone at some point once I realized that the edge of the map is the void, and don't go to the edge of the map, and everything that you need to like figure out is in the middle of the map. You just have to keep diving down through caves. Could have had a cave system that leads to a safe place out in the dead zone instead of just caves leading to deeper caves. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I thought it was going to be like, once I saw the void, I was like, oh man, I'm going to have to build a suit that goes into the void. That's so scary. But then it's like, no, the void is just the edge of the map. Don't go there. It's like, oh, I don't go in the void in an ocean game. It's like, yeah, I go find cave entrances that bring you to the bottom of the sea, like pseudo seafloor. It was just, it was whatever. It's still a great game. Anyways, that was my mini rant, I guess, about it. This is Eve Frontier developer deep dive from the PC gaming show.
A survival game set in space with a focus on self-reliance, moment-to-moment gameplay, and unlocking third-party development with an inclusive business model.
So is this a different game, Eve Frontier? There was a game called Dust 541 that was like, that sounded sick. It sounded like a step forward in like game innovation. And what it pitched was like, it's a first-person shooter kind of, well, yeah, a first-person shooter, but takes place in the Eve online like hosted servers. And so the point of it, so like for those that don't know, Eve is like this giant MMO. It's been out for like decades now. Its player base is also huge. It's had some of the most captivating MMORPG stories of all time. Okay. So it's already established. And so what they were pitching is like, we'll make another game, but instead, these players that are playing Eve can hire you for missions in a totally separate game. And in that separate game, when you complete the missions, you can get currency that will transfer over to Eve. And I thought that was like sick. I was like, dude, that means that like, let's say you're a good shooter, which is what this game was. You can go in, kill people for Eve players. They benefit, by getting their reputation up. They pay you. You might not be very good like at Eve, but you maybe are good at shooting. And they pay you in Eve currency. And then you can go to Eve and use that currency for like your ship or just general exploration. It's like you're being hired as a merc, right? And I thought that was so sick. Because to me, I'm like, wait, that's a really cool concept. Like, I don't know shit about Eve outside of like, I played it a couple times. You pilot the little ship around, you do the mining and whatever. And then there's like this whole other spreadsheet amount of like exploration and deep diving you do with the game. But it's like cool that, that there's an Eve overlord that could pay you to go shoot people for him. Like, I'd be down for that. That sounds sick as fuck. Like a whole separate game. So that concept was like pitched very cool. And I like the idea of that. But then they kind of abandoned it and didn't pick up from there. Having said that, I'm not sure what this is now, but I know that they were trying to maybe think about bringing it back, but I don't think they did it again. I haven't read much about like the Eve news since then.
I think it's bordering on survival horror almost in this huge, vast, empty universe with the rotting vestiges of an old civilization that grew too large and eventually collapsed. We're focusing really on the exploration. They'll be able to go vast distances. And in order to do so, they'll really have to prepare for that journey. They'll have to take resources with them. They might be able to survive out in the cold.
So is this
an
expansion?
There'll be places where people choose to gather because there's an abundance of natural resources. Much like in our real life, we expect people to do the same with their digital civilizations. The combat in Eve Frontier is more focused on moment-to-moment gameplay, where what you see in the space scene around you really matters.
I think it's an expansion for Eve,
line of sight mechanics. You might not know what's behind the next rock. You might not know who is waiting for you, or perhaps how many reinforcements they have when you're setting your trap. It means the action's a little bit faster, more decisions that you have to make in the heat of the moment with imperfect information, and that will lead to some emergent gameplay I'm absolutely sure of.
When you are in space and you're flying around, just feel like you're just a small speck trying to navigate your way through this vast.
Not to be a smartest, but if you play a single DLC in December, Keck W, he doesn't know.
Was there before you.
Using blockchain technology also lets us open up this universe to a layer where other players will be able to modify and co-create.
What are they? Where are they filming this?
CCP's always worked.
Are they on Mars?
Developers. It's part of what makes EVE Online so good at what it does, and we have just taken that and amplified it with EVE Frontier. It's open source,
Iceland?
and that means that you can go.
No, I think they probably flew on Mars for this.
Into the game with our smart assemblies features.
Smart assemblies are.
Wait, did they say blockchain?
That you as a player.
Did they actually say blockchain? Ain't no way.
In space and you're flying around. Relic of a civilization.
Players will be able to modify and co-create this universe with us.
CCP's always worked with third-party developers. It's part of what makes EVE Online so good at what it does, and we have just taken that and amplified it with EVE Frontier. It's open source, and that means that you can go in and you can program directly into the game with our smart assemblies features.
Smart assemblies are structures in space that you as a player will be able to modify using code that you are writing and then deploying onto the blockchain.
You can think.
Okay, but she's saying blockchain as if it's like development code. Is this blockchain as in it's actual crypto blockchain that you're modifying to change the outcomes of your in-game? Okay, this is getting a little technical for me here. There's some weird phrasing and terminology being used here. I don't understand what they're saying. You can go in and modify the blockchain, and we work with third-party developers for assemblies. Assemblies and blockchain sounds a lot like crypto or NFT coded. So I'm confused on what they're trying to say here.
Think of it kind of like modding.
But think of it like modding.
on a traditional game. You can play the original game as it came. You can then start getting truly independent third-party mods, and finally, you can actually build your own if you set up all the development environments and really get into the nitty-gritty. Some of the
I don't understand this. What are they? What? Okay, so what is going on here? So you can. It's so think of it like modding, but it's not. I don't what. Let me run that back one more time. See, I'm not a developer at all. Like I know jack shit about developing.
Game. You can then start getting truly independent third-party mods, and finally,
you can start truly getting independent third-party mods.
you can actually build your own if you set
And then
up
you can actually build your own
all the development environments and really.
if you set up your own development environments. It sounds like modding a small space in the universe, but not the entire game. So at first, they'll give you the opportunity to be able to like get third-party mods injected into the game, and then eventually you'll be able to like build out within the game itself. Modding that's persistent for all players via a blockchain system. This is so strange. Well, what's the point of this? It's like this is some like real nerd jargon. I don't know the benefit of like this seems so niche. Because I understand, I mean, if they just said, yeah, we got mods here, but maybe people don't want mods and they're trying to like wrap it as like, well, it's like mods, but it's like mods that everyone can benefit from. Is that kind of what I'm understanding? Like it's mods that other people can see if you make it within the game.
Get into the nitty-gritty. Some of the things we've seen players do in our earlier playtests include building a self-functioning tournament system, automated markets. We had gates that people were building to rebuild the universe itself. The scope is really endless with what they can do.
Yeah, see, but that's a problem though, dude. This is some real nerd shit, dude. I don't know, man. You can't have players like be given this much agency in a fucking online game. I'm sorry. Like I get like the scope of it seems cool. Like, oh yeah, players can impact the universe. These fucking nerds, the shit that they will do will absolutely ruin this game if you give them the opportunity to. Okay? Like I can't imagine, for example, in World of Warcraft, if you gave players the agency to modify code for like different outcomes within different zones of the game, right? And I understand this is not World of Warcraft, but I'm just thinking like within my own bubble, like they would absolutely find ways to fuck over one, new players, or two, players that they're competing with to get like a bigger edge in the competition. Like imagine that, like for example, an Ungaro crater where they could find ways to like build structures to isolate dinosaurs so only they farm them. Like they'll do that shit. Like I get that they're like, oh, they made like these fun tournaments and like these self-automating like selling pylons like for the market. They did some cool stuff. Yeah, there'll be players that will do that, but there'll be players that will absolutely abuse the shit out of this and fuck over everybody else. Okay? There are players that do not give a fuck about other players, and they will find ways to screw them over. And EVE Online just already seems like a game where the whole point is to be the best and screw over others. Like we've heard stories about like the heist where people jump on ships or whatever, and they like take over these like companies from the inside out, and like all of the money that goes into this, especially a game where there's thousands of dollars involved, a game that has, you know, the difference between you winning and losing can be tens of thousands of dollars. It's not really like community friendly or driven. Like give them a little bit of power to create their own world, especially like the mega nerds. They will find a way to fuck over everyone else for their own benefit. Absolutely. I don't think this is a good idea.
But rest assured, you will not need to have any knowledge of coding if all you want to do is to just explore and play in the frontier.
But that's how I already feel like I'm at a disadvantage. I don't get it. I feel like I'm already disadvantaged. Like somebody like that's way smarter than me with coding that like knows the game will absolutely like just be better with this function than me in every single way. What's the point of me being like, oh yeah, I mean, maybe I'll get into it a little bit, you know, and then do what? What the fuck am I gonna do with coding? Like nothing. I'm a moron.
In the frontier, everything is underpinned by digital physics.
Very much in the same way that when we're walking around, when we are throwing things, putting...
She said you don't need to know how to code to do it. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. That's like from a developer saying I don't need to know development. Like that means nothing to me.
Glasses on tables, we don't think about how gravity is pulling us down. Within the virtual universe that we're creating together on eFrontier, blockchain is that physics layer that helps us to enshrine these rules to make sure that they are beyond anyone's touching, even ours at CCP.
When we were building EVE Online, we decided to build on top of a database. Our choice of a database was hotly contested, at least in this community of people making MMO-like games. And never did we really position the game. EVE Online, the first database game. And we're not really looking to do that with eFrontier either. It is not really a blockchain game, no more than EVE is a database game. We're just being very...
I don't know why they keep calling it blockchain or database game. I don't know why they're like, why are they doubling down? And the terminology is like co-synonymous with, you know, cryptocurrency. And I think most people know that, but I understand it's probably a terminology that's used within development space as a whole. It's just now it's more so related to cryptocurrency. So I like maybe this is like a weird, like, oh well, it's yeah. I mean, things can be blockchains without being cryptocurrency. You know, like what's the? I don't know. That's just it's strange. I don't know.
Very explicit about it because it is a hot topic and we don't want to hide it away. It does use many stuff. A blockchain is involved for sure, but it's more about the fact that it is distributed and not centralized. This is more like a peer-to-peer system where everyone can mod the server state in accordance to digital physics we have enshrouded into the world.
An example.
Okay, so I'm kind of understanding this. So they're building it on a layer. It just sounds like development jargon, where they're building it on an engine where other players can modify it within certain parameters in space. It sounds very like, what's the word? It sounds very experimental. It's like I don't think I can't think of other examples of this other than like Minecraft servers, right? Maybe, or something like that, where people are like modifying the game's like engine internally by breaking it, is how I should put it. Like there's what comes to mind, this is going to sound like a meme, but you guys might have heard of like, is it T1 TB? So there we go, 2B 2T. So that's like a multiplayer server that's been around for ages, and the whole point of it is basically it's anything goes, right? That there's like no mods on it or anything like that, right? And players have figured out different ways to break the server, and the developer or not the developer, but the owner does not get involved, right? Like no rules, nobody gets banned for anything. Yeah, so it's just like an anarchy server in its pure form, right? Where the whole point is that people they go into it, it's lawless, but people have found different ways to like break the server, okay? Like just completely, like they've found different like redstone traps, they found different like things with bedrock. It's like a crazy server. Is that the game where gross shit happened? I don't know what you mean by that. But to me, I think it's just like an example of where if you give people too much like agency to destroy, to build, but also to destroy, it's going to get out of hand very quickly, right? And so I'm a little like that. I don't know why, but that comes to my mind when I think about this like player morphing server with constraints. I don't know. It seems a little experimental, and it definitely seems a little sketchy to have a player modified. They keep calling it blockchains, right? But like I just don't think you can anticipate the level of like we'll call it turbo nerding that players will do to get an upper hand over other players. Even if you give them the power to create, much like humans, they will find ways to destroy and cause problems. And so I'm a little worried about like how much potential they have for this inside like server modifiable blockchain code. like to me, it sounds like they're giving them a little bit of freedom to be like, hey, you can make some cool stuff here. Here's what some other players have done. It's kind of neat. But like, I don't think they're going to be able to inevitably expect all the outcomes once the turbo nerds come out and see what they can actually do. I feel like there might be some malicious things that happen with this. And again, this is my worry as a consumer and not as a developer. I don't know much about developing to begin with, but I've seen firsthand what happens when you give people too much agency. They will for sure find ways to grief, destroy, and make lives miserable for other players. And we've seen it time and time again through different examples throughout video gaming. The code can be changed and accessed, but it's hard for one person to have a heavy influence over the chain. Blockchain is the technology that allows for the decentralized storage. Yeah, but like even that in itself, like you sound like you understand it a little bit. I don't, but picture somebody that has even more knowledge than you going into this, right? Like Usage every time he hears turbo. I'm just saying there are way smarter people than you or I that could look at this and be like, wait a minute, you could definitely do some crazy shit with this. And they will find ways to do some crazy shit with it. So I'm just saying that's my only worry is like if you give them too much access to this type of stuff, you know, we've seen what they do with servers like 2B2T or whatever the hell. That's just vanilla Minecraft, and they were able to break that and make lives miserable for other people's because it wasn't moderated. So you're saying it's decentralized storage, but does that mean that it's like completely like not moderated, or do developers still are the developers still able to see what's being coded real time, right? Like I don't know, that just seems like it seems a little scary is the way that I'll put it. I feel like there's a lot of code that could be sent to something like this, but I don't know what the outcome of it will be. Like, what does it mean? Like, it's no players can be affected by that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what any of that means.
Of digital physics could be as simple as item locality. If an item exists, it has a location, it cannot be messed around with. Other examples are that every action has some sort of energy cost. For example, if you've mined an asteroid, or you've mined the player who was mining the asteroid with your guns, suddenly you've got resources, and that has cost you some sort of energy to do that. It's something that means that you can't just perpetually fly around forever without eventually running out of energy. You will need to stop and do something. That makes the universe feel substantially bigger than infinite free travel, for example. You should be able to observe these rules in the digital physics are always there, always reliable. You will find that the environments themselves
What is this? What is this? What is this shot? Eve dev team watching a geyser. They're like analyzing it. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. Did you get the particle effects of this coming out? Yeah, I did. It looks like there was some wind as well. Wind physics are involved with this.
They're always there, always reliable. You will find that the environments themselves are influenced by these.
Like I don't know why I keep watching this. I'm watching the girl here on the left. Keeps like looking at all like watch their head movement.
For example, you should be able to observe these rules in the digital physics are always there, always reliable. You will find that the environments themselves
I've never seen anyone so captivated.
Influenced by these, giving completely different types of gameplay. And this means that there'll be different areas of space that feel very different to play in and have very different effects and resources and threats, of course. Our motto is we create virtual worlds more meaningful than real life. And EVE Online has been running for more than 22 years now, and it is a virtual world that thousands and thousands of people choose to inhabit and find very real meaning in. We want to build eFrontier such that as time goes on and it becomes more and more decentralized, the people who actually choose to inhabit and find meaning in this virtual world can control it, and to such an extent that it can't be shut off. They choose to be here, they choose to live here in this virtual world, they should have a say in it. And eventually the true long-term goal with open sourcing the Carbon development platform, the ownership of the game itself will essentially reside in the citizens of the frontier.
I don't think that's the move. I don't think that's the move, man. This has like the NFT world written all over it, where they, where like Snoop Dogg bought plot of land inside of like the metaverse or whatever the hell they were calling it. Yeah, I don't think the metaverse is the move, brother. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's the future of gaming. I don't know. I mean, would I be willing to take a bet on it? Like, probably. It just doesn't seem like they've already. First of all, they've already tried this shit in like fucking 1990 something. There was this is kind of getting off topic. Not that there even is a topic for this stream. I'm just streaming today. There's a couple of like let me see if I can get into it, because this is kind of an interesting one. There was a video. Let me see if I can find the video. Was it called most expensive online items? 10 most expensive items ever sold. Is this in here? Yeah, okay. So we'll watch a little bit of this video. This video is called 10 most expensive virtual game items ever sold. And this came out like 8 years ago.
Translates into 14,000 US dollars.
We play WoW tonight? Maybe, we'll see. We got some other things we gotta do.
Anyone who's played Diablo 3 knows of the much fabled Echoing Fury Mace that sold for an ungodly amount of money. It was a weapon of devastating proportions. The near-perfect item was capable of performing huge critical hit damage on an enemy. One lucky player just happened to scoop up the weapon and decided to sell it for $250. It was passed along from user to user for a brief time before someone finally realized what they owned and then jacked the price up to an in-game tally of 40 billion gold, which translates into 14,000 US dollars. The weapon, which was an extreme rarity in the game, was snatched up at that price by a user named Hyven, and the seller made an easy buck, much to the disdain of the individual who first sold the weapon, for a measly $250.
Damn.
Age of Wulin was the most anticipated game in China in 2013. The free-to-play game revolved around the lore of medieval China and martial arts masters. Before its release, the company that created the game held an auction for players to bid on and purchase in-game weapons and armor. Prospective bidders jumped at the chance to grab exclusive items that would give them a head start over other players. Among those weapons was a sword purchased by a gamer for $16,000. The sword, which was the only one created for the game, was said to have incredible power, allowing the player to maneuver throughout the game with ease. Since many had already
This is pay to win, by the way.
test version of the game's developer was confident that their auction would produce big money results, though they probably never imagined to make $16,000 off of a sword that doesn't really exist.
Christ.
In 2004, a man named David Story made a very smart investment when he purchased virtual property on the game Entropia Universe. The real estate known as Treasure Island was auctioned off at $26,500. The sale of Treasure Island sent shockwaves around the gaming community because it was the first of its kind. The fictional island located on the game planet of Calypso featured beachfront property and locale next to a volcano. It also included a castle and promised massive in-game revenue potential. Despite the hefty initial investment, David made all of his money back the first year by taxing visitors for mining and hunting around his in-game property. He gets a percentage of any loot found on his estate from the hundreds of people who visit each day. For the last 12 years, he's earned a profit of about $36,000 annually. At one point, he was racking in $300 a day from taxes and estate sales.
Virtual landlord, yeah. Actually.
In 2013, a Dota 2 player sold an extremely rare animal sidekick courier for $38,000. The buyer quickly snagged an ethereal flame pink war dog because of its rarity and for bragging rights. Couriers travel alongside the player, collecting items to transport back to the team and vice versa. They have other special features, but that's pretty much the extent of their use. According to the buyer, the war dog is the most sought after courier type. Ethereal flame is the most sought after effect, effect, and the shade of pink is very sought after. This combination makes it extremely rare and one of a kind. The pink glow effect comes from the earliest version of the game and cannot be duplicated today. This pink PAL is only one of 4 ever to be owned in this hugely popular online game. Kevin Alderman, the founder and CEO of a United States-based virtual real estate company called Arrows, created a fictional version of Amsterdam
Look at this
in
shit.
the game's Second Life. After painstakingly constructing the city and opening it up to the general public, he sold it for a whopping $50,000. The virtual version of the Netherlands' famous city features marketplace shopping and prostitutes. After Alderman spent days meticulously recreating every aspect he could incorporate from the true-life red light district, Alderman and Associates built Amsterdam using high-resolution photos of the actual city, a technique that wasn't used before then. A majority of the shops in the city sell virtual sexual merchandise. There are also avatars posing as streetwalkers that openly solicit cybersex for pay to incoming visitors. Alderman sold the fictional town on eBay, the first virtual property sale on the website, and was purchased by 3Dutch.com, a division of Netherlands-based media company Boom BV. Considered a legendary item in Entropia universe, the green Aatrox Queen egg was purchased from John Never Die Jacobs in 2010 for $70,000. The egg's first appearance in the game came in 2006 with a disclaimer that it would eventually hatch something unseen by the game so far and would be entirely one of a kind. The egg was purchased by David Story, the same man who purchased Treasure Island years earlier, and it eventually hatched Fefox, a large blue dinosaur with immense power that planned to spread more of its kind all across the universe. Players then sought the challenge of infiltrating Fefox nests and analyzing residue to create a toxin to defeat the monster.
Jesus.
In 2013, the Entropia universe sold yet another massive deal, this time to a group of investors, led by a player called Modified ACOS Power. The band of associates pulled their money together and bought the moon. The newly discovered celestial body, known as Monria, was bought for a hefty $150,000. The creators of the game, MindArc, optioned a partnership with the ACOS Troop. Whatever profits come from player interactivity on the planet, MindArc would split with the new owners. They would work together to model and shape Monria to whatever development they deemed appropriate. The Moon Estate includes a lunar command center, 2 lunar habitats, and 8 subsurface caverns filled with unique creatures and rare resources. ACOS was given the opportunity to remold the celestial object in whatever fashion he desired, as long as it was granted by the creators at MindArc. The Crystal Palace Space Station is a fully functional, meticulously crafted bit of virtual engineering that was purchased by user Buzz Eric Lightyear. He paid a total of 3.3 million Project Entropia dollars for the spacecraft. That translates to 330,000 real-world dollars. The station, which orbits the game's infamous planet Calypso, was long sought after and grants the opportunity to open businesses from a piece of real estate that makes other players downright envious. The purchase may be strategic, as the owner stands to make money off the shop transactions. The virtual space station even has biodomes housing rare creatures that players love to hunt. The locale functions as a hotspot of activity, but even with its whopping price tag, it is still not the most expensive thing sold from the Entropia universe. There are some very savvy investors on Entropia. The same individual who purchased the green Aatrox Queen egg, John Never Die Jacobs, also went to impressive and obsessive lengths to capture a highly sought-after orbiting asteroid. In 2005, Jacobs mortgaged his real-life home for a little over $100,000 in order to purchase a virtual asteroid. After obtaining the property, lots of offers from other wealthy players started rolling in. After a few days of declining declining the offers, Jacobs crafted the asteroid into a space resort and titled it Club Never Die, based off his avatar name. It was equipped with a stadium, a shopping center, and biodomes, and earned him $200,000 per year from people buying its goods and services. In 2010, he sold Club Never Die for an incredible $635,000, proving it to be a tremendously well-calculated investment.
Crazy. That's crazy.
No virtual purchase comes close to matching the deal struck between SEE Virtual Worlds and MindArc, which saw Planet Calypso of the Entropia universe bought for the sensational amount of $6 million. Planet Calypso operates under the umbrella of Entropia Universe and has over 950,000 registered accounts since coming online in 2003. This sale broke the world record for the most expensive virtual purchase ever. The deal also included the purchase of all assets of the First Planet Company, another subset branch of MindArc. This allowed SEE to have complete control over Planet Calypso and other worlds for Entropia, including Planet Michael, a virtual planet based on the works of Michael Jackson. SEE made the massive purchase in an effort to get a foot in the door.
They
regarding
bought
the
Planet
MMO
Michael Jackson.
landscape. Although the partnership between MindArc and SEE was ultimately scrapped, the initial sale of the planet was confirmed by Guinness Book of World Records as the largest amount paid for an intangible in-game property ever.
So, the point of the video, really, I mean, just, it's like bizarre. I've never heard of these games. Yeah, so that's kind of my ultimate point is like, there were people back in the early 2000s that were heavily investing into like these games and saying like, this is the next step of people living in virtual reality, right? This was even before virtual reality, like headsets. This was before like you actually have like VR chat. This is before you have like metaverse. Like this was the metaverse and VR chats of its kind, in that they were virtual worlds that people would spend all day in. Second Life quite literally was that game that people spend all fucking day in, and like that was their shit. Like that's all they ever played, right? Same with this like Evertopia, where people were making transactions of up to $6 million, right? Crazy stuff. So to me, I just, obviously, like, now you're sitting there like, who? What even is that exactly? That's just, it didn't pay off. Eventually, people stopped playing these games, and I don't know what happened. Maybe they're still playing them. Maybe I just don't know about it. Maybe I'm just ignorant. Don't know that Evertopia is still very active. Second Life still is. Yeah, I hear Second Life people still play it, but yeah, there's a whole lot to say about this stuff. I feel like Alex played Second Life. I did like 2 videos on Second Life. I never really played it, and they were like trolling videos or something. Second Life is like old school VR chat. Yeah, for sure. Anywho, that was Project Eve. I guess they're like, I don't know, they are, I honestly don't even know what I watched. I think it's an expansion, but it seems like I don't even know if it was really an expansion, was it? It seems like they were mostly showcasing their new development blockchain, like the showcasing an idea, right? Like they were like, yo, it's gonna be really cool if like you guys can mod this game, right? That was the whole trailer. Am I missing something? And there was a lot to it. I'm kind of just like skipping some of these games and just looking at what seems interesting. Abyssus. Looks like a multiplayer Doom. Interesting. Alpha opens tomorrow. Oh, shit. Orcs Must Die is a new Orcs Must Die game. Where's the DLC? It's like a game with the boys. Yeah, look like a... You and the lads can
oh, hey.
shoot some stuff.
So you're interested in becoming a war mage? You think you've got what it takes? Protecting the rift is just something brave war mages like me are born to do. We do it for good reason. Trust me, when these green and uglies gets through, baby eating, town pillaging, loitering, it's a whole thing. Anyway, when you can't get old Maxie, no one protects the rift better than these war mages. Look at these brave heroes. They're awesome. Must have had a good teacher. Each one of them's got their own special war mage powers. Like this. Or this. Whoa, look at that. They even have their own unique weapons and traps. But as you can see, it's not just one trap they're working with. It's a whole lot of traps. They even get to make themselves stronger during missions. How much more powerful can 1 to 4 war mages get?
Just like custom Fortnite mode, yeah.
Brave warriors relax in the safe
It does a little bit, huh?
Fortress. Here you can buy and upgrade traps, improve your weapons and abilities, or select the next mission and head into battle. When
Double your
choosing where to
ogre,
fight,
double your
you
fun.
wanna Pay attention to the rift distortions, the weather, and even the time of day. All these things can change the way every mission
I don't know.
plays.
I've always thought these games were fun.
These war mages really gets me thinking.
It's like a, you know, like base defense kind of with some RPG elements. It's neat. Tower defense, I guess. Orcs Must Die. Death Trap coming out in January. Wish list today. Most Wanted. Did they actually showcase like these are the most wanted games? There's a Dune Awakening trailer. Is this the MMO? They finally talking about it?
Awaken.
Some gameplay there.
Hi everybody, my name's Joel Bylos and I'm the Chief Creative Officer on Dune Awakening.
Joe Bylos with the opening there. What was that?
Hi everybody.
I mean, whatever.
My name's Joel Bylos and I'm the Chief Creative Officer on Dune Awakening here at Funcom. And I'm here to express a heartfelt thank you for us being on your most wanted list. 2024 has been a huge year for Dune. From the movie in the beginning, to our first gameplay reveal in the middle of the year. And
It's mostly been the movie, I'll be honest. The gameplay reveal, I mean, interesting. I don't exactly know who the demo will be for this, like other than boomers like myself, but who knows?
now, our huge ongoing beta, where thousands of players are battling it out on Arrakis. Now, if you aren't there already, the best way to get in
Oh.
is to go to our website and wishlist Dune Awakening on Steam. And we look forward to seeing you when the game launches in early 2025.
Okay. I'm a little, I mean, is this really all we've seen from this? Is like, it's a little worrying.
Now, if you aren't there already,
Game comes out in early 2025, and I feel like I've only seen snippets of it, like a couple snippets of like, maybe I haven't been super paying attention or anything like that, but I haven't seen a whole lot. There is a gameplay trailer.
the best way to get in is to go to our website and wishlist Dune Awakening on Steam. And we look forward to seeing you when the game launches in early 2025.
Could be bad, could be good. I mean, I'm always going to be skeptical of games based off of IPs, right? Like it's very few and far between that do it well. The game is like a Conan game. Okay. I thought it was supposed to be like an MMO is what they were teasing it as. What is this?
Welcome, new games tester. You're on the brink of an unforgettable experience in the AML testing program. Imagine a reality that feels limitless, worlds brought to life by bleeding-edge immersive technology.
We are legally obliged to mention that the program has a 68% survival rate.
Oh,
But how about we take a look at some employee benefits awaiting you as a valued tester? Full dental coverage. Social office atmosphere. Personal medical insurance. Work from home opportunities. The eventual total dissolution of your ability to discern the virtual from the real.
Oh, it's like a virtual reality game set in virtual reality horror. I like it. Looks cool. Looks like a neat, scary game. Abiotic Factor, did they come out with a DLC or what's going on?
To lie to you, this is worse than I expected.
Dark Energy Update.
And we are the dirt.
Maybe we run it back for DLC December, Abiotic Factor. Guys, I don't have time to play all these fucking DLC games. Update comes out next year? Okay, good.
I had no idea that they had gone this far.
If it could have gone worse.
When'd you play this? I played this with Tinker and 80s, surprisingly, but it was off stream. You have 120 hours, bud? You got time? I mean, December-wise, dude. December specifically.
This was the last thing I expected, but now we're here. We must do something. I hate to think what will happen if we fail.
I mean, we could run it back. Tinker talks about playing this game a lot. We got to like a new section at some point. Like I think we got to I don't even know. We did some of the early stuff. We traveled through the different zones. We went through the military portion. We went through like where the tall guys are, and then I think we were on the next part of the map where like we go through a portal and we open up a whole new section with like different colored enemies, but they're the same. Like I think we beat the first map, and I think we're on the second map, and we just started the second map. So like, I mean, I'd be down to run it back for Abiotic Factor. February 4th. Maybe we run it back on February 4th. I should message Tinker about it. Biotic Factor Feb 4th update at Tinker at 80s. And I'll just pin this for now. I'm sure they'd be down. Yeah, I'd be down to play it. It was a good game. I just spent a majority of it in the kitchen making food, being chased by a paralysis demon. There's this enemy that no, I'm not kidding. There's this enemy that eventually you get to. It's a little spoilery, but only you see him, and he follows you everywhere. And if he gets too close, he'll fucking kill you, and he screams. It's terrifying. And I remember I was left to be it was funny. I was left to be the kitchen bitch, which I was okay with because it was actually kind of fun the way that like cooking and growing and stuff works in that game. And I just fucking sitting there cooking my stuff, and the guys like 80s and Tinker went off to like go collect resources, and I'm in the kitchen. I'm like, all right, I got my alien stew boiling. Let's see, do we have enough batteries? Maybe I'll go watch a TV show. And I just like look out the corner of my eye, and there's this thing in the window staring at me, like floating. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, guys, hey guys, I think there's something in the kitchen with me. And it just fucking goes through the goddamn window and just starts screaming at me. And I'm like running around the kitchen, just like following me. But then we realized that only you see it. So it's really funny when someone's like, guys, there's something here. And you go and you look at the person, and you're like, what are you talking about? And they're like, there's something right there, man. And you're like, no, there isn't. You're being weird. It's really fucking funny. It's actually a really good game. Abiotic Factor is actually a really sick game. I'm not gonna lie. If you and some buddies like decide to like sit down and like, what do you guys want to play? Play Abiotic Factor. If you can't figure out what to play Abiotic Factor together. It's actually kind of a sick game. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bummed out. Maybe I stopped playing it, but we had so many other things that were going on. It's great solo too. It's probably a good solo too. It's got a lot to it, you know. Very, very neat game. But yeah, February 4th is the update. I'll put a pin in it. I already put a pin on it. I'll likely run it back. That seems cool. Okay, what do we get? Outlast Trials has had something? What does Outlast Trials have?
You said escape was impossible, but somehow a test subject got out of the trial environment. But what concerns me is...
I don't understand. Is this independent from Outlast in general? I don't, like, Outlast has always been like a, like, there's stories to it, there's cults, there's like aliens, there's like God at some point fucking smites a character, but there's like the secret trials that they run, and it's all like in this crazy environment. I mean, I guess it kind of works, right? Because Outlast itself is already pretty fucking unhinged.
She hasn't tried to escape the facility. She's here. Somewhere behind the walls. In the ceiling. Planning what is the question. And God help us when we find out.
Wait for my word. Be ready. They're gonna pay for what they did to us.
Oh, shit. Okay. Trials takes place 30, 40 years to past. What the hell? Okay. Deepest Fear. What is Deepest Fear?
What the hell happened to these people?
Please, oh God, help me!
7 miles beneath the ocean. Okay, get some Soma vibes. Something has awakened.
You said there weren't any more survivors.
Nothing's changed. We stick to the plan.
Place is falling apart. Water's flooding in. Oh my God!
Shoot it! Stay away from the water. They come from the water.
Whoa. They should put a hand reaching out on this poster. Should be like a hand that's like coming out of the dark. Soma was a trip. Yeah, Soma was an amazing game. Soma's got to be up there. It's like one of my favorite horror. I knew it would be. Honestly, knew it would be one of my favorite games going into it. But man, that game is so fucking. Game just like just hits all the right check boxes. Honestly, for like a psychological horror set underwater with like a bunch of like existential shit packed in there too. And you go back and finish the VOD. Yeah, I mean, if you want, we do have the Soma VOD up. If you guys decide to go watch the VOD of it, did I beat it in one day? Was Soma 1 day or was it 2 days? I don't remember. It might have been 2 days because the game is kind of long. And there's some games that I beat. No, it was 2. Oh, okay. So it was 2 days. There were some games I sat down and like beat in one. I try to do it in 1 day, so it's like one VOD for people, so they can just sit down and watch the whole VOD if they want. But Intel Arc launch video. This must be sponsors. What is Atomfall? That looks like a cool character. Zookosis was one. Oh, thank God, Zookosis was
my name
one.
is Ben Fisher. I'm head of design at Rebellion. Thank you so much for including Atomfall in PC Gaming Show Most Wanted. We can't wait for you to play the game next year. But for now, here's a sneak preview.
My name's Molly. You got out to trade? I got bits and bobs for sale. Please be careful. It's more dangerous than you can possibly imagine.
There was a lot there. I got like we are happy for you vibes. Or we were happy view. I mean, I don't know. There was a lot going on. We'll see. I guess we'll see, we'll see what the game brings. Dark Water. What is this?
Captain's log.
November 16th, 1937.
Ooh, and then a little
It has been
multiplayer.
3 days since the quarantine across
Okay.
Enceladus was announced.
Little Lethal Company
We will
action.
survive, and we will endure.
Oh, it's like a mix of. It's like FTL meets Lethal Company. I hate doing this stuff, by the way. I hate being like it's like Dark Souls. But when I see clear like inspirations and stuff, I try to point it out just to like wrap my head around it. Otherwise, it's like I've never seen anything like this. Interesting. Okay. It looked interesting. Bunch of games I haven't heard of, I haven't seen. What is this? Tempest Rising.
The Dynasty have blown the bridge to the temple site. Our drone reconnaissance shows heavy defenses in the area, so watch your step. Get some defenses up and give the archaeologists time to work.
An RTS in 2024, yeah, it's pretty wild.
I'm seeing an enormous energy spike. What is that?
Sheesh. Sheesh. Okay. Or just Alara Prime. Three teams, 2 attackers, 1 defender? What?
Deploying healing station.
What?
Flash out. Sending a decoy.
Sheesh. Horrible angle.
Engaging cloaking.
Horrible angle to hold.
Capturing the uplink.
Bro announced capturing the uplink. I mean, I don't know what the fuck just happened. The animations look stiff. They do look a little stiff. But 3 teams, one defending, 2 attacking sounds crazy. What the hell? Age of Darkness, the final stand.
We must use every last drop of strength.
Okay. All right. I'm liking this. Little, they are billions. Or we are billions. I forget which one. They are billions, I think. Co-op.
We've received militant tribute from the rebellion. We're here to help you defend this town.
I will not fail you.
Death comes for you. They're trying to flank our back.
Looks cool. Yeah, looks cool. There's a bunch of games that were teased here, huh? Because I'm just kind of like skipping around.
This will be my last entry in this log. They're coming for me. We lost everything. Because
Steel
of
Seed.
ourselves. The world world lies in ruins, and now the future is in her hands.
No Gyat is crazy. No Gyat? Yo.
You are our last hope, or our last threat.
Okay, looks interesting. No idea what it's about. Looks like a little action RPG. Hmm. Oh, there's a Ready or Not update?
8:05. Let's get this done fast.
Well, working class Joe, should have picked a different career path. It's all down from here.
Not gonna break off.
Nope.
Please don't. Don't what?
They're all parasites. Humanity can do anything. Look what that gave us.
No, I did. But you did.
No.
Oh, is this like a... Wait. Is it like a climate activist taken to the extreme? They took over an oil rig? That's pretty funny. Dark Waters DLC. Environmental terrorism. I like that. Well, I don't like environmental terrorism. I just like the concept is funny. Like the people that block the roads, like take over an oil rig. Descenders. Whoa. Okay. The one thing I did want to see was...
Alex, I'm risking my life telling you this, but you've been in the right in every disagreement with chat.
Nice to meet you.
Yo, thank you for the 59 months. Okay, value.
Nice hat, UNC.
Thank you for the 28 months. Monster Hunter Wilds. Should be the most anticipated. Should be.
そうですね、ワールドが結構多くの人に、手に取ってもらえることっていうのは僕たちにとってもすごくそのモンスターハンターで僕たちが大事にしているゲームデザインとか、表現力っていうのが世界の方にこうすごく理解してもらえるものだっていうのは自分たちにとってもすごく自信になりました。ワイルドの方は本当にさらにそのモンスターハンターでワールドで評価してもらった部分っていうのをさらに拡張して、よりそのワールドで興味を持ってもらった人にしっかりモンスターハンターのファンになってもらうっていうのを、心がけて制作しました。大型モンスターの描き方としてもすごく幅を持たせたいっていうのは ワールドからの、まあ、僕たちの欲望というか要望が出てきた
What
ので
did he say?
まあ、僕たちの要素の描
We
き方
wanted to
と
have a lot of
してもすごく
flexibility,
幅を持たせたいっていうの
how we
は
portrayed large monsters, and that was our desire, or rather a request that came from worlds.
今回大型モンスターであ
Large
っても
monsters, we want to
群
include
れ
the
をなすっていう
idea
の
of
で
them
数をかなり出したい
from a group and have a
で
considerable number of
最初
them.
の頃からその群れの制御だったり、まあ、群れ同士
You need
が
to put a lot of effort
ぶ
into
つかり合っ
testing
た時に
things,
どう、個々が動いていくのかとか
controlling the
そういった
groups
と
and
ころ
figuring
を
out
か
how
な
they
り
would move.
力を入れて検
When
証
groups of monsters
まあ
collide
分
with
かり
each
やすいとこ
other,
ろで言うと傷がついてそ
Interesting.
の傷をその
Like
つ
packs?
いた傷を
Yeah.
狙っていくっていう、まあ、ダメージを上げるためにその傷を狙っていくっていう遊びが、まあ、今までのモンスターの弱点部位を狙って
I
い
don't
く
think you needed a weak point focus,
さらに
but
その傷が出た
I could see it
でき
being
た場所を
like
今度は
helpful
狙
for
ってい
some
こうみ
players.
たいなその大きな流れの中にまたその
But
小さな
maybe
流れ
maybe I'll
み
like
た
it.
い
I
な
don't
も
know
のも出てくるので変化が出てくるので
if it's
やっ
like
ぱりその
intuitive.
常にこう狙いが変化していくっていう遊びは今までにないそのまあプレイングになってると思いますしこう楽しそうにプレイしてるってもらってるっていうのはやっぱりいつでも大事にしたいというかそこはやっぱり一番嬉しいところでやっぱその上手に遊べないまあアクションゲーム苦手そうな人でも楽しそうに遊んでるとかうまくそのなんていうか例えばモンスターにやられてしまってもなんか楽しそうに
The problem, so I'm a little afraid. I mean, the bigger the game, so the bigger the game grows, the more casual players are going to start playing it, and the more casual players are going to go and like start bitching about it. And then when like if there's too much credence given to like casual players bitching, like the worse the game will become. Because the whole like drive behind Monster Hunter is that it is supposed to be like a game with a higher difficulty curve, right? Like things aren't as easy as press A, you do A action. Like you kind of have to have some like thought and planning, and you use like whetstones for sharpening. You have to have certain food buffs. You have to be pretty decent with your weapon to like understand how to use it on like larger hunts. But I'm afraid that like now that the IP is growing and they're like, well, we're listening to player feedback, and the one feedback that we got a lot is XYZ. But usually the player feedback will come from people bitching like this is too hard or this is too difficult or they should do this and that, and the game just becomes like a diluted piece of shit. I'm a little worried about that. But you know, we'll see. I mean, just look at current retail World of Warcraft. Holy shit, that game is the most like casual garbage. Like it's gotten so fucking casual friendly that literally people don't even like do anything than AFK in major cities. That's what it's become. Like look at classic WoW where I'm running around the entire time. I'm going from quest A to quest B. I'm partnering with people. I'm grouping with people. We're forming little groups to do dungeons with. We're doing like trade amongst each other, right? There's a whole bunch of like thought and planning that goes into it. Retail WoW, I'll probably play it tomorrow when we do the raid. You literally just fucking stand in the major city. You press the LFG button. It fills up. I did my quest yesterday before I started streaming. I had to do 2 10 keys, which are kind of like, well, I wouldn't say they're difficult, but like you have to do them for your weekly vaults. So I log in, I look for a group, I find a 10, I queue for it, don't say anything. I teleport to the dungeon using my little dungeon teleport add-on button. I press it, I teleport to the dungeon, I go in, they do a ready check, I say ready, the countdown timer goes, we do the whole dungeon, no one says anything, we get to the end, and we finish, and then people just teleport out. That's the game now. The game is literally, the MMORPG is literally, you teleport to the dungeon, you don't say anything, you do the whole dungeon, you teleport out back to the major city, and you go back to AFKing. You could play the whole game now in retail without ever talking to anybody. It is fucking sad. Like, I'm sorry, like, I like the game, like, I like playing it, obviously. Like, I like the combat, I like the classes, I like the fantasy, I like the design, but it's just a fucking husk of its, like, former self, dude. Like, it's so fucking, like, you might as well just be a single-player RPG with bots at that point, you know what I mean? Like, nobody even talks to you. It's Pronto Piff. I just found your Twitch, bro. I've been watching you since CSGO case opening days. Happy you're still grinding. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I've been popping off the past couple months. Appreciate you jumping in here and saying hello. And Lindsay gifting you a sub, too. Thank you so much, Lindsay. But, yeah, man, it's just sad. It's sad the state of games at this point. And a lot of that has to do with, like, appealing to the people that are the most vocal, which you should just not do, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, they're fucking gonna be wrong because one, people that bitch all the time, half the time they're misinformed, or two, they're too casual to understand why certain mechanics exist, right? I'm also not saying listen to your top 1% of 1% players, because they can also be wrong too, because what's fun for them isn't necessarily fun. But I think what top players will tend to drive the game towards is making a bigger end game, which is what everyone else is chasing anyway. So I feel like it's even if you're like afraid of appealing to your most elite players because of like how competitive the game will be, I think it's still fine because it gives like people something to work towards at that end game, right? Like that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, for example, Monster Hunter, since we're on the subject, in Monster Hunter World, there's these things called gems that you have to fit into gem slots, right? The end game for Monster Hunter World was literally you keep killing the same fucking monster, this tempered monster, over and over again for like a chance drop of a percent to get an attack gem, because attack gems were best in slot. Now, I don't think that's like compelling game design, right? And a lot of players wanted the drop rate to increase. Now, the argument for it increasing is that, okay, once you get it, you're kind of done. But that if you increase it, then the chase is no longer there, right? So it's like, on one hand, yes, it would be really nice if those gems just dropped, because then you just have them and you could stop playing the game. But on the other hand, it's chasing that BIS that motivates you to play the game every single day. Like, what's the better outcome, right? One is tedious, a tiring grind. The other one is like the immediate gratification and you're done. Unfortunately, a lot of these developers have decided to immediately gratify these players that constantly bitch, and all of a sudden the game's quality greatly plummets as a result of catering to the bitching. And it's happened time and time again. Sometimes they're good quality of lives that are done, and that's fine, and I think they're okay. I think quality of life is nice. But if you're taking away from the key elements of the game, like, for example, in an MMORPG, by improving quality of life, like, for example, you have LFR in World of Warcraft, where instead of forming a raid and being part of a guild, you just press a button and you can fill out a raid and go do the current raid. It completely takes away the drive and the motivation to actually play the game, get into a guild, socialize with people, and which just unspeakably decays its very core, right? Like, yeah, quality of life improved. You don't have to do anything anymore. Like, that's not a good thing ultimately, right? And we've seen how that's played out over the years with retail WoW, right? Whereas now in classic World of Warcraft, which is what we're playing, you have to talk to people. You have to like sort of be okay at like, forming groups. The social aspect is there. And that's why we play these games. We play these games to socialize, to find friends to game with, to tackle harder content together, right? I know, I went off on a little bit of a tangent there, but then like I see the IP of Monster Hunter growing, and I can already tell that as they're starting to like sort of tinker around with different playstyles for weapons, they're eventually going to start listening more to the casual player base. They're going to say, oh, the great sword's too hard because every time I go to attack, I always miss. And the developers are going to start taking it as like, well, maybe we could make it a bit easier to use. And I think it's going to start chipping away at the foundation of the game, which is like, yeah, look, the game is supposed to be hard because you shouldn't just go in and kill a monster in 2.5 minutes, right? Like, you should have difficulty fighting something because the reward for beating it is, ultimately at the end, the reward for beating it is the gratification you get, right? Like, have you ever been in those really brutal hunts, 38 minutes into the hunt, you had 2 people cart, you're in a lobby, right? 2 carts, 38-minute hunt, right? Especially with some of those new DLC, not DLC, but new update monsters. Not even the Cult Terror. What am I thinking of? Do you remember the Braca something? Brachytedios? I can't remember the fucking. There's too many monsters. It's the one that has like the club hands and it like shoots fucking rockets out of itself. Yeah, Devil Ho is pretty hard too, but it's the one that like the Brachydios. Yes, thank you, Brachydios. The Brachydios hunt. I had so many fucking idiots carting my hunt for Brachydios. Holy shit. Once we got to that final chamber, he starts just fucking exploding the entire room, just constant explosions everywhere. I had so many people cart there, and I would get so tilted because it would be like literally like minute 28, 38 of the hunt. And if you fail the hunt, like Raging Brachydios, once you get to that room and people cart, if you fail, you literally get nothing. Okay? Imagine, I started doing solo. Yeah, I did solo too at some point because I was like, dude, this is too. But I like playing with other people because it's like fun, you know. And I like playing Bo, so they kind of act as my taunt. You know what I mean? Like Bo solos, fucking, it can be really rough. So when I play Bo, I'm like, okay, I'll queue up with multiplayer so they can taunt off of me a little bit, so I can have some fun. But yeah, Brachydios, like, dude, these people would nonstop cart, and you would fail, and you would get nothing, and you would sit there and be like, okay, so that was a waste of my fucking time, right? For me, like, yes, I was annoyed. I wasted all my time, but I'm afraid that people are gonna be really mad, and the gamer dads, okay, shout out gamer dads, but man, you guys are really fucking annoying too. Well, are gonna start complaining about like, I only have 2.5 hours a day. I can't be sitting there failing hunts and not getting my reward for killing the Brachydios. Okay, this is ridiculous. I should get something for being in the mission for 28 minutes, and I'm afraid that they might listen to some of that feedback. I hope they don't. I hope they say, nah, fuck you. You fail the hunt, you fail the hunt, because that's all part of it, right? Pronto Piff with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Pronto Piff. Did not have to do that. First message, very positive. Gets a gifted sub from Lindsay. Drops 5 gifted. Very, very cool. This is why I stopped gaming, sadly. You stopped gaming because of player feedback or because you don't have enough time? These types of people just shouldn't play the game then? I think I don't think that's necessarily true, but like if you don't have the time for it, you know, first of all, for this case, just don't do multiplayer. Just do solo and just chip away. I have a kid. Yeah, no, I get it. No, listen. Like I'm friends with dads, right? I got buddies that have kids. You know what I mean? It's a tough world out there. You know what I mean? It's tough to like find time, especially if you have kids and you're like doing shit for, you know, you're working and you come home and you got to take care of your kids. You have like a couple hours to play the games. Like, I get it, right? I'm in a position where I could have been a dad myself. I'm obviously not a dad myself, so I understand where you're coming from. Okay, I get that it's tough. I just think that like if you can't do it, I don't think that like the solution is, hey, make it more manageable for me. Okay, he does not get it. Well, I don't get it like because I'm not doing it, but I'm saying like I hear you. I think the solution is like make it enjoyable for both. So make it enjoyable for people that have a little time to play it, right? Like they can chip away, do some other, but then also the people that want a challenge, the people that want to spend a day tackling something, the people that want a difficulty curve, give them stuff too. Because ultimately, that's what's going to keep the player base around, right? Unfortunately, the casual player base is not what keeps some of these games going, right? And an example of that is League of Legends, right? Like, yes, League of Legends, there's tons and tons of casual players, but I think the professional scene, the dedicated like esports scene, and the top end of the game is what ultimately drives a lot of casual players. If it was just a game that was purely casual, I don't think there would have as much of players playing it regularly as they do because of the top end professionals, right? It's the same thing with CSGO. I mean, certainly you could hop into a game of CSGO, you know, pop off a little bit with your buddies, you know what I mean? Have a little bit of fun. But ultimately, you know, people play for the challenge. They play for the competitive aspect of it. They want at some point to improve and get better at things. Like that's just kind of, I think that's just kind of how it is. Like people that play these games, they also play it for the challenge. So I think you have to structure it around the challenge while obviously making it enjoyable for people that are casuals too at the same time. But you just cannot cater to the casual scene because they're not the ones that are going to stick around. That's just kind of, I mean, it should be obvious to a lot of companies, but unfortunately it's not. PF Savage rating sucks if you don't do it for the first 3 weeks. Didn't have the time to do it first tier. Now I'm stuck. Sad. Yeah, so, I mean, PF Savage, so you're talking about Final Fantasy 14. So they do have like normal raids, right? Normal raids that come out. You could do the normal raids. The good thing about Party Finder Savage is that anybody can do it at any point, jump in, jump out. There's constantly Savage groups on the weekends, literally at different prog stages. So you literally, like, Final Fantasy has a much better system than Lost Ark. Lost Ark is so not casual friendly. It's fucking, it's a self-eating snake at this point. And I say that as somebody that jumped into it, okay, and decided, hey, play Armor 3 RP. Just let me finish talking about something completely not relevant to what you just asked me. Lost Ark will if you jump into a party finder in Lost Ark, they will completely decimate you for just even remotely thinking that you could do something from the perspective of a new player. That it's almost laughable, dude. You know what I mean? Why'd you hit me with the Alex pissed emote after you asked me to play Armor 3? Literally, I want subscribe, but you want to be trolling. Do Amazon Prime or Battle Block Theater OG. All right, I gotta put you on I gotta put you on a little bit of timeout here. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here, but listen, I'm not trying to read all that right now. Okay, I'm clearly rant locked. Asking me to play Battle Block Theater Armor 3 or like role play in the middle of my rant lock. That's got to be a death sentence, dude. I don't know what you're on about, man. What is going on? Am I even here? Hello? Who am I talking? Hello? Am I screaming to the void? But yeah, I mean, at least it's doable with Final Fantasy 14. I will say that much. But like I guess if you don't do it the first 3 weeks, you kind of get like the back end of the train that's just now getting around to Savage. But like you're still able to do it. You know what I mean? Like I've seen people that will just stick it out and they will spend the entire week just PF savaging with the free time they have, and they eventually do it. Like it's still doable. I think that's fine. I think they have it right where they're not necessarily catering to the people that say like, I don't have enough time to send Party Finder all day, and like there should be an easier way of being able to prog. You know, it's accessible just pretty much for everybody. PF Rating 14 is either a nice easy one shot, or you end up questioning how some people are able to breathe on their own. Yeah, and we've had some bad days with. I mean, we're a reclear group. We've already stopped our reclears. We're progging T at the moment, which is an ultimate. So we've already done the Savage tier, but we've had days where like our prog was just, or we've had days where our reclear was just dog shit. You know what I mean? Like we're just like, bro, like we had to stop doing 1 and 2 because we forgot so much about turn 1 and turn 2 or whatever, M1 and M2, that like we don't even do M1 and M2 anymore because we're griefing. If we do M1, we're actually griefing nowadays. So we just ended up doing M3, M4. And at some point, we just did like 4 until everyone got their weapons and mounts, and we just said, okay, we're done. So like, yeah, I totally understand why Party Finder is fucking garbage. But yeah, again, like I think that's fine still. You know, it's supposed to be difficult content, and it's not really meant for people that like don't understand. Well, or sorry, not understand, but don't have the time. That's the whole point. Is like it's difficult content, and you should be sitting down and progging through it. Sometimes you get lucky, you get a good group. Sometimes you don't. And yeah, the first few weeks are going to be people that are really good players that are trying to clear it quick and fast. But if you're getting into it kind of late, you might have a slow progression. Having said that, that's the one thing I do enjoy about FF is at any point, if I wanted to sit down and say, you know what, I want to do this fight, I could go into Party Finder and I could find a group that's like at my point, you know, or I could put up a group, you know, like, hey, fresh prog. If I put up a fresh prog group right now, I would probably have people that would join, you know? Sometimes there's players that have re-cleared it that are trying to practice an alt. Sometimes it's, newer players that are like, you know, a little sussed out or whatever. And I enjoy putting those parties together. Like I made a static for what we're doing now completely from like just playing by myself, you know? Luckily though, I did get some help. I did get some help from Whoops. Guys might not know, might know Whoops, might not know. He's currently, I think they're currently progging the new Ultimate raid. Whoops helped me clear my first Ultimate, and after that, I just realized like, hey, you know what? This is totally doable. Like a lot of people can do this stuff, and I enjoyed the game a lot more for it. They finished through. Oh hell yeah, that's good. It made the game more enjoyable for me once I realized like I could do some of the harder content and what it takes. And so from that point, like I build my own little friend group and. Yeah, we do it for fun, but yeah, man, if it was just mostly down to like people that only have like 1 or 2 hours, you know, the game's just not gonna be fun at the end of the day. Unfortunately, it's just it just won't be, you know, and like it is like some of these games need to be sweaty to give people like end game progression. You know what I mean? Like otherwise, if it's not there, like once the dads catch up or once the people 1 to 2 hours like a week catch up, like there's not gonna be anyone there. Because who else is left at that point, right? You know what I mean? So there needs to be that end game like a loop that's for the super sweats. Because if the super sweats leave, like after the super sweats leave, it's just going to be casuals, and eventually the casuals will just move on because they're casual players. There's just not going to be anybody. That's just kind of how it is. Alex Loki is maxed out Unk status. A game should need to cater to everyone. No, it shouldn't. But it should cater to its core, right? like what made the game enjoyable for its core. And its core players are the ones you need to listen to. So it's usually a mix of people that are end game players and casual players, but they're all chasing the one singular thing, right? In Monster Hunter, they're chasing that kill. They're chasing that next upgrade, right? So for a casual player, that could be I'm killing the Pookie Pookie for my fucking mid-tier set or something. Whereas the end game players are like, I'm doing the Arch Tempered Hunts to chase my next BIS gem set, right? Like they both need to have the same exact thing. Okay. Pookie Pookie Dine, yeah. I'm just it's an actual monster. But one of my point is for Monster Hunter, that has to exist. If it's not there for one or the other, like things will inevitably dilute. So, but also if you make it easier, that's a problem too, right? If you make it easier for casual players to catch up to where endgame players are, sure they'll play together, but that's not always a good thing either, right? And I'm not saying this as like the perspective of being like an elitist, but like you start to muddy the waters a little bit with like, you know, people that shouldn't be doing these hunts, kind of like my Brachydos experience, and things are going to get bad, right? Like I felt like in my Brachydos hunts, I had people that had no business being there. Okay, some of these guys were carting to things that like I haven't seen people cart to for like a year and a half at that point. And I was thinking to myself, like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't want to even play with them anymore. Like I didn't want to group at a certain point because the people were just so like it was a really rough experience. Same with Behemoth. Behemoth was pretty rough too. If some of you guys played Behemoth, Behemoth was a really fucking rough time. I enjoyed Behemoth though, but either way, I'm just saying if the catch up's too quick and you know people are going to get frustrated playing with each other as well. I mean, there's a whole bunch to it. Either way, like I'm one of my long ass like tangent VOD viewers skip to this part is just that like I'm glad the IP is growing. I'm really happy about it. Monster Hunter World was Capcom's highest grossing game I think of all time. That's awesome. The more people are playing Wilds now, and I can tell some of these are game journalists. Okay, game journalists. I hope they don't listen to their feedback because if you do, they will absolutely ruin the shit out of your game. They absolutely will. The game journals will make your game a piece of shit if you let them influence anything. Luckily, this is an Eastern company, so they think that game journalists, you know, are also pieces of shit, which is great. That means they'll be less likely to listen to them, which means that their game will succeed. Okay, unlike a lot of the Western companies that for some reason think that gaming journalists are like a gift from God for whatever reason. But I'm hoping that they stay to the way even with the IP grown, because I know that they want the IP to be successful, even to the point where they release Rise and everyone's like, why was Rise released? But beside the point, I just hope that like they don't change too much, because I thought that world was a masterpiece outside of once you get to the Call of Taroth and like the super end game stuff kind of became a rinse and repeat. Which, I mean, at that point, the game was doing whatever. So I don't know what they do for, like, the next phases of Wilds. Maybe DLCs or expansions, kind of like Iceborne. Iceborne seemed to be a success. Rise hate? No, not really Rise hate, but, like, it wasn't Rise hate. It's just that their pattern is to release, like a PC console game, and then, like, they do, like a game for, like, the Switch or, like, the DS, right? It's like, you know, I thought that from World... We should have immediately went into like seasons of World, or like maybe the next World game, but they made Rise because Switch and blah 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 blah. And I mean, it was okay, but I feel like Rise was a little bit of a step back. You know what I mean? Anywho, I like the concept of Wilds, and Rise being sister games. Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for Wilds either way. Like I said, I just noticed that they've changed some stuff, but it seems the changes are pretty good. I didn't play the beta, so I don't have much to say on the actual gameplay. Is Dave the Diver? It's still Dave the Diver. Have you played Wilds? You noticed anything? I've just been watching stuff. The one thing that stuck out to me was they made some greatsword changes. They said it was based off of player feedback. That could be a good thing. I mean, I played with greatsword. Like, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I'm not a great sword player, so I don't have like a whole lot to say about it, you know. Like I used great sword, and it seemed like people weren't happy with great sword this time around, so they changed it a little bit. That was interesting, but most of the stuff seems to be good things, like monster interactions, like the mounts for like clearing land. They had some UI changes, like stuff like that's okay. That doesn't seem like a whole lot. But like I said, I haven't played it, so I don't exactly know intuitively what they would have changed to make it better or worse. Great Sword is fun, but I moved to Longsword Glaive after a while.
Wilds is gonna be so good, I hope.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good too. Yeah, I moved to Longsword as well. I used to be a dual blades user, and then I moved to Longsword. Longsword just feels sick. Such a good weapon. I might go back to the dual blades though too. I haven't played dual blades in a long time. Maybe we do dual blades this time around. Who knows? I didn't feel much of a difference to me, but I mostly play hammer, so I don't know for sure. Yeah, they seem like they made some good hammer changes too. I don't mind them changing stuff for like the lower used weapons, but then even those are like the lance and stuff. I mean, those are low used because they're just that type of weapon. You know what I mean? Like the heavy bowgun and stuff like that. Even though those can be super OP, especially in World, there was some like cheese you could do with World for like great Dradados farming or great Jaggy farming and stuff like that. But either way, that's beside the point. Yeah, it seems like the changes so far have been good, so I'm looking forward to this game.
してるだけで楽しそうにしてるなとか、なんかそういういろんなこうその人のいろんな見方でいろんなこう楽しみを見出してくれてるのを見ると、やっぱりモンスターハンターでいろんなところにこだわって、まあ皆さん本当に皆さんの応援のおかげで20年ずっと作り続けることができたっていうのは本当に感謝ですし、まあその20周年そういう人たちに対してもこうしっかり届けたいものとして作り込んだワイルズが、まあ20周年っていう大きな
Also a memorable year for such a big Monster Hunter game.
メモリアルな年に出せたっていうのも僕たちにとってもすごく感慨深いものがあります。
Dude, I love like Eastern Game Studios, man. They're always so like wholesome with their like presentations. They're never like they're always like very like, you know, like we're thankful, like we appreciate you guys, like thank you for playing our game. It means a lot. They're never like fucking like, I don't know, dude. There's like a very just big difference between like Eastern and Western game studios. I don't know. There's like very different vibes. It's the culture. Yeah, dude. I mean, even like for example, like in FF14, there was a boss fight. Okay, there was it P8S? There was P8S. It was not last expansion's last tier, but the tier before that. They overtuned the boss fight a little bit, and people got mad because it was a little harder than it should have been. Okay, so they overtuned it by 1%. Okay, that's like literally nothing. That would have been like just like one extra week of reclears and you would kill it. But they overtuned it by 1%. And they came out with like Yoshi P and the team came out with a live stream. And Yoshi P was basically like, Yoshi P is like the head developer or he's the director of the series. He pretty much came out and like just started like frantically apologizing on live stream and like bowing, you know, like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, we are so sorry we did this. Like we are like profusely apologizing to the gaming community. We're profusely apologizing to the fans for doing this. Like, we really messed up. We thought we had it right. I just remember like watching this. I'm like, bro, like, who gives a shit? Like, and then so they changed it, and like, I'm like, who gives a shit about 1%? Then you look at fucking Blizzard over here with like goddamn, you know, like the Gaslight Gang, which will get on the live stream and be like, you know, the players are just wrong. If we make a mistake, we'll pull the ripcord. Yeah, we've been listening to a lot of player feedback. We pretty much have it right this time around, and it's always just like dog shit out the gate. Dog shit balancing. Raids are overtuned by fucking 25% of the point where like players just quit the game. Look at the jailer fight where like fucking 5% of the entire player base or guild base even fucking cleared that fight before they're like, yeah, this seems a little overtuned, you guys. Like, it's just complete black and white responses between like the developers, right? Like, just gaslighting to the point where like you're wrong. I mean, look at their and I always will go back to what really set me off, which was during their bullshit where the California Attorney General was prosecuting them for practices in the workplace because they were doing some real shady shit. Okay, and at the same time they were developing Shadowlands, and for 9 months you were paying a $15 sub fee with no content. Okay. No fucking content for 9 months in an MMORPG, and players are starting to get a little upset. They say, yo, where's our game development? We've been playing for 9 months with no patches. What's going on? And you go on the Blizzard forums, and you got the fucking blue posts that are saying, if you guys are complaining about the state of the game right now, you're the problem. Like, unironically, the people working at this studio blaming the player base for the fact that they're being sued by the California Attorney General for the weird shit that they're doing to their employees in the fucking studio. It's like the levels of irony there you could not fucking make up in a screenplay, right? So that's sort of the reason why I've deterred from like really supporting some of these studios outright and like championing for them and being really excited is when they do shit like that. Tune into a Blizzard rant. Yeah, I'm just like talking about like the discrepancies between like different gaming studios and like, you know, you have a studio where Yoshi P's apologizing to you because the boss was overtuned by 1%, and you have the other studio, you know, over in California that's blaming you because their employees are inappropriate and they decided not to work on the game for 9 months because they're being sued. Like, it's just totally fucking like absolutely like bizarre mindset of some of these gaming studios over here. And I just feel like, you know, hopefully some of these studios overseas like kick it off and you know, humble them a little bit. But hey, it is what it is. Shout out to the Blizz dev who called players part of the problem despite being literally part of the problem. It's like, yeah, dude. Like I said, the levels of irony like could not. I mean, it's just like cinema levels of irony. Oh my goodness. Anyways, that was the Inside Monster Hunter Wilds interview with art director Kanami Fujioka. Blizzard's going to get its ass handed to it this month with PoE 2 and Marvel Rivals. I mean, I don't know what PoE 2 will do for it. Like, I think, like, Diablo 4 was already an L, changed my mind. I'm sure there's people are going to come out and say, well, actually, the Season 4 is really good. But then it's like, how are you going to defend the microtransaction, the full game box price on top of the Season Pass? Like, there's just too many fucking things you pay for them to come out with that, like, stupid-ass mini-dungeon Crucible mode like 2 seasons ago or last season or whatever the fuck it was that nobody, like, barely played. Having said that, you're still going to have, again, casuals that will play it, and that's fine, and they seem to just be targeting casuals with a lot of money, and that's just their MO. But the people that were really the ones that fell in love with the franchise, like playing Diablo 2, maybe into Diablo 3, I think they lost a lot of that, and I feel like the people that have fallen in love with the genre will move on to PoE 2, while the people that are, like, out of the loop and just see Diablo and want to play Diablo with their, like, free time are going to play Diablo 4, which is fine. I mean, that's just, I think it's two different games at that point, right? Like, I'm playing PoE now, and I'm excited for PoE 2 because it looks very different. They seem to be actually putting forth effort into trying different systems, and each one of PoE's leagues have been that. Each one of PoE's leagues are experimental in that they're trying different things to create fun for the player base, and they're passionate about the game too, which is also really important, okay, is to be passionate. Whereas, again, I look at the Diablo 4 team, and yes, the game looks beautiful. Yes, the soundtrack is awesome. Yes, the game design is a little bizarre, at times interesting. They've kind of, like, made some of the character designs, anyways, that's beside the point. It doesn't seem like they're experimenting a whole lot, and they don't really seem to know what they're doing. I think their end game is, like, Act 3 or something like that, or not Act 3, but like the second highest difficulty, and then when you get to the actual difficulty part of the game, they don't know what they're doing. Like, their end game for Diablo 4 just seemed to be lost, and at best disjointed. Like, they don't know what end game for an ARPG is supposed to be, and I think it's because they generally don't have people in Diablo 4 that, like, understand what ARPGs are nowadays. So as long as they have that, the game is just, my personal opinion, again, is just not going to improve. I generally don't think Diablo series is going to improve, be it the next year or the next 2 years or whatever have you. But they will be happy to keep releasing expansion packs to, like, keep telling about the story, you know, of the or the plot about Diablo himself. They'll keep doing the stories for it. But if you want, like, a game that's, like, got a compelling end game, it's not going to be Diablo. I just hate to break it to you. It's not going to be Diablo, and that's fine. Like I said, keep playing it for the story. You know, I think Elon Musk loves Diablo. You know, I think he's a dad with barely any free time, and he plays the shit out of the Diablo leagues. He likes it, so maybe that's the target audience there. But for myself, I kind of need a compelling end game. I need something a bit more engaging. I need the developers to actually like their game. Okay, I can't stress this enough. I need the developers to fucking like play their own game because it's getting a little out of control. All right, like these guys are sitting there, they're not playing this shit, dude. I'm telling you, some of these developers have no idea what the fuck their game is even supposed to be. I don't think they sit down and play it for more than an hour a week before they work on it. It's almost embarrassing. Anyways, that's my like Blizzard rant today. By the way, I'll probably be playing a Blizzard game right after this fucking rant. Well, I'm playing Dave the Diver first, but you know what I mean. Like I'm what do you call it? I think I'm being like a hypocrite, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite by like playing like these games. I don't know, but like it just comes from like I just want to see them do well, man. I want to see them do well. I'm kind of getting tired of like, oh, you know, maybe next year. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd rather just point it out and just be blunt about it. And if like, I don't know, if I get like blacklisted from like some fucking release down the road, it is what it is. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, I've been fucking shadow banned for worse. Like, goddamn, lost my entire company's channel from eating a Tide Pod. At this point, you know, it doesn't matter to me if I get blacklisted and my accounts get banned. You know, at least I said what I said. I don't really give a shit. I'm sure I'm not like super sponsored friendly, and likely I won't be on like these podcasts or panels talking about how great things are. You know what I mean? Like I'll still play them. Like I would just rather point out what I think is bad about them, so maybe it improves. And I say this as somebody that's been supporting a studio for 20 years, like Blizzard. Like I just want them to fucking improve. It's not even about like I think the game is fun, not fun, whatever. Like I just think the players could benefit more as well, because ultimately what I want would be good for the players and the community as a whole. It's not even about my own my own whatever goals or visions. It's just like I think the players deserve more, and I think they deserve engaging developers. I think they deserve not being lied to. I think they deserve less shitty microtransactions across the board. I think that just a lot of improvement I think they could do. That's all. And just I don't know, put people in the studio that actually like the game would be a great start as well. Anyways, very excited about Monster Hunter Wilds. That's my tangent. We do have one more, maybe two more videos, and then we can move on to Dave the Diver.
Dear Firaxis Games, our eminent council have been hard at work building a definitive list of the most exhilarating and anticipated PC games on the horizon. Assembled from more than 80 of the most talented game developers, prolific content creators, and heralded game critics, we gave them one assignment. Using the wisdom that they have gained from weathering the tumultuous ages of the games industry, the council have decreed Sid Meier's Civilization VII to be the most wanted game of 2024. Wishing everyone at Firaxis Games a successful launch, and once again, congratulations to our most wanted game of 2024. With profound admiration, the Council.
Sign player Sorol, Paleo Hui A Aha, Hahi.
For sure.
For us, it's very important that a new chapter in the Civilization franchise has to be sort of just as epic as the game is. We can't just iterate a teeny little bit in certain areas, polish up the graphics. That's not worthy of another chapter in the Civilization story. If you look back over the whole course of the franchise, has been a constant is that each major new version does innovate and does take a few things that maybe were standard and were established and goes ahead and uproots those in the service of getting to the next major milestone for the series. We had a lot of data that people would play Civilization games and they would never get all the way to the end. They just wouldn't finish them. And so we wanted to do whatever we could, whether it was reducing micromanagement, restructuring the game, really address that problem directly. So there are a lot of little systemic refinements that we've gone through, and by and large, most of them thoughtfully look at where the player is investing their time and think about whether there's a better way to make that a little bit more streamlined. So one of the big foundational changes in Civ 7 is that you don't stick with a civilization throughout the entire course of the game. We have introduced the concept of ages that break the game up into chapters. Now you're always picking a civilization that was an empire at the height of its power during that specific period of history.
And so we have to think about what is going on at different points in the world at different points in time. And once we kind of get those broad sense of global dynamics down, who are the major world powers here? Who are the big influences on the global stage at each one of these points in history? That's really a place where we can build a composite picture of the processes and dynamics that are kind of co-creating and shaping
Wait,
the world.
what
we felt like?
Wait, what does that mean that they're doing? What are they changing? Because I'm not like a big Civ person. Like I get that the game. There's a lot of people that enjoy the game, so like I understand that. I'm not gonna say that the game this game's dog shit. I would never play it, but like I just don't know much about it. So like each era, you pick a new Civ. Oh, real? Wait, what? So you change country throughout a game. Wait, so like if I wanted to play as Russia, like, and then the year changes, I couldn't stick to playing as Russia? Is that what you're saying? Or like whatever, Prussia or whatever the fuck, like empire is, you could? But you could also change. I played as Russia till 2022 and then had to switch to Turkey. Now, I'm not talking about like... Wait, Kuri, are you talking about your own personal life? You can make your own thing, basically. Instead of starting 4000 BC with any country, you're starting at their height instead. Okay. Maybe I don't get it. The leader will always remain the same, but the leaders have civilization paths.
For the big core historical Civ experience, breaking it up to 3 chapters was the right way to dig deep into making that the best representation of that chapter of history that we possibly can.
Okay, follow-up question. Who gives a fuck about the best representation for that chapter of history? No, but I'm not playing a video game unless I'm playing a video game to specifically like relive the tellings of those ancient times, like I'm in fucking History 2 of my high school junior class. If I'm playing a game, I'm playing a fucking game because it's not like real. Even if it's rooted in history, in the tellings of the history, I'm playing it because it's fun and what I want to play at that time. I don't need somebody to also come in. Well, actually, like I don't need a paperclip at the bottom right that says, "By the way, this civilization was." I don't care. Listen, I don't give a shit. I'm playing a fucking game. Don't tell me that like Egypt was stronger at this time period than this other place, and so I can't play as Egypt anymore. That's fucking stupid, is it not? Like hell, if I want to play as goddamn fucking, I don't even know, dude. Like the Bahama Islands, and it becomes like the world's superpower. I should be able to do that without like some type of fucking weird like impact or expectancy out of like how this is that sort of what I'm understanding? Is that like that's, don't you want to learn? Yeah, I can learn with a history was my favorite subject, by the way. I used to get A's in history all the time. It's one of my favorite subjects. But having said that, I don't really like it, unless I'm playing the game to get the history education. I'm like, this is supposed to be like competitive, turn-based, like whatever, the hex game, whatever the fuck it's called. It's not supposed to be an accurate representation of history at the time. So I'm confused. History is boring, mythology is where it's at. Mythology is cool too. It'll broaden your knowledge, bozo. You're like that, like, okay, if you're playing video games to broaden your knowledge, you're already going about it like at a, we'll say, interesting way. I don't play video games to broaden my knowledge, okay? I don't play Assassin's Creed to understand exactly what was going on during this time period. Now, having said that, it's interesting if it can like weave it in, right? Like the Da Vinci stuff was kind of interesting during the Assassin's Creed, but I'm not playing it to get an accurate representation of history at that moment in time. I'm playing it because this is the faction I want to play as. It seems fun. I want to go in. This seems a little, I mean, maybe I misunderstood what they're doing here with like maybe this is like not really even like relevant. Maybe people are overreacting. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I don't know. It seems like a weird thing to focus on for a video game. Like I think you can make the the surroundings accurate and the military is accurate and like whatever upgrades, whatever like tech trees accurate. But I don't think you also have to like force player decisions to stick to being accurate as well, right? And that's how it sounds like that's what they're doing with like 3 different chapters that are all gonna like be like relevant towards that point in time. I feel like that's overdoing it at that point. To create dynamic gameplay, maybe an issue with Civ is that mid-end game becomes very samey. You're just mad because Civ is going to win the award over Monster Hunter. True. Like how in Black Ops 6 campaign, there's a mission with Governor Bill Clinton, but then you do insane COD set piece stuff. Imagine that some civs, part of this change is that some civs would never have anything interesting happening at certain stages. So this means there's always something interesting happening. Okay. So maybe it is a good thing too.
Influences on the global stage at each one of these points in history. That's really a place where we can build a composite picture of the processes and dynamics that are kind of co-creating and shaping the world.
We felt like for the big core historical Civ experience, breaking it up to 3 chapters was the right way to dig deep into making that the best representation of that chapter of history that we possibly can. We're challenging players to not look at the history of an empire as something that started in 4000 BC, made it to the present, and is going on without end. It's not really very reflective of the way things work in real history.
Well, again, who gives a shit? Like, what? Isn't that the whole point of the games? Is that you start out as like take an empire of any point in history and you try to build it up to be like the superpower that like wins the game. Isn't that what people are playing the game for? Right? Like if I wanted to play as Egypt and I wanted to become like the winner of the game, no Native American late game civs. Yeah. So is that it? Like if you play as like, early America, you'll get to a point in like chapter 2 where they say, now to be accurate, as a representative of Native America, you will no longer be allowed to play as Native America. You'll be switching over to New America and playing as the leaders of the of the British pilgrimage. To better reflect this particular time history. Like, is that what's gonna happen, or because I fucking doubt it. That's for sure. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they might avoid that. Sounds like it. They might avoid that. Could be interesting. Endgame, everyone is either American or Chinese. Yeah, and then Russia's banned. I honestly don't even know like what like all the different like factions are. I'm just kind of like speculating here. Like I don't know much about Civ. I'm waiting for like a Civ player's breakdown of my video analysis to be like, this fucking stupid. He's never played Civ. He doesn't understand what any of this is. Why does he even have a take on this? This is going to be the greatest game ever. This guy's a fucking idiot. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Obviously, if you want to play as a Native American, you couldn't because that's not even a faction, you moron. Like, I hope that happens, but, like, realistically, like, I just... did people want this? Or, like, what was the... Because this whole video is, like... It's been, like, 2 minutes about, like, accurate history representation and chapters. I don't know. And then somebody was like, oh, this is weird. They have dropping info on different leaders these past few months. Some seem really interesting. Okay, it's a fun change to the game. Okay.
You have twice during the game where you're going to make a big decision, a big possible strategic pivot to a different empire. Now there's so many different combinations, and you can choose,
New lead person was hired and had to do something neat for himself. Oh, okay, so this is the result of like a newer like lead who is like changing the game up a little bit. So yeah, it's gonna ruffle feathers for sure. Yeah, no, that's always gonna happen. I'm just thinking in the context of like other games. If a new lead came in for a game number 7 and decided it's just kind of like Star Wars where there was new directors and each one decided to do something a little different this time with the Star Wars series, it's always gonna ruffle feathers. So this seems like the ruffle feather maneuver. So I mean, like I said, I don't play Civ all that much. So I don't fucking know whether or not it's actually going to be like good or bad for the series as a whole. Are we waiting for a game to download? No, we're waiting for me to wrap up my rant.
Science civs from different places in the world and link them together for your playthrough, and we have to figure out how those...
Okay, so you do have... Okay, so what happens here if you play as the Native Americans? What happens to you in Chapter 2?
Attached to leaders, which aren't necessarily hardwired into civs anymore, but that all just...
Wait, this looks like Spain.
Becomes part of the long journey that you have building up your empire, and it does feel like one continuous journey. And
you know what will happen?
Moment to moment, one more turn gameplay. We've made sure that we've got plenty of that still baked in there. Personally, have found all sorts of different unique ways to start my game and then evolve it as I get to make those choices of additional civilizations. And
I think it'd be cool if like, I mean, I don't know, is it mandatory to play that way? Like, why not just make base Civ, like the Civ that people have been playing for fucking 6 Civ games, and then just make a new mode called like Dynamic Civ. And then that way it's like people can test it out and then you can get feedback on whether or not people like that type of mode, right? Wouldn't that be the easiest solution? You know, like just a way for people to just play what they've been playing. And then like, if your new mode's a hit, you know, just make it more staple, I guess, in Civ 8 or, you know, drive people towards playing the dynamic mode and then have people be like, oh, you should try out the new mode. It's like way more engaging and way more fun by like turn 2 or something. Like things are cooler and versus like, nope, we're just going to do this. And this is how the game is now. Like, because people are just going to go back to playing Civ 5 again or something, right?
I think our fans are really, once they try it out, going to love that.
He's confident people are going to love it. But people don't like change. I don't think the people that have been playing Civ for 5 games are going to be like, dude, give us something new. Like, I think the people that play Civ want to fucking play Civ. Okay, I'll put it to you that way. I know it's a brave take, but people that play Civ games probably just want to fucking play Civ games. I don't think they're looking to like reinvent the wheel. So I don't, like I said, I don't know how impactful this is. Some people sounded like it was going to be a positive change. Some people were looking forward to it. Some people said, hey, new guy's doing something a little different. So I guess we'll see.
Sid Meier's Civilization 7 is coming to PC, Mac, and consoles.
Can his PC not handle it? Can his PC not run it? Why was that? Why did that look so slow?
Sid Meier's Civilization 7
look at his frames.
Is coming to PC, Mac.
Does that look bad? Did that look really slow? That looked like there was like 12 FPS when he zoomed out. Look at this. Look at him zooming out.
Meier's Civilization 7 is coming to PC, Mac.
Bro, that looks bad. That looks really bad. Even his mouse. Look at his mouse cursor too. I know I'm pointing this out, but like, why was this? This is B-roll. Look at his mouse cursor when he goes across. When he moves his mouse cursor from one side of the screen to the other side, you'll see little boxes popping up. The way those boxes are popping up and loading choppily makes me think that he's playing at like 12 FPS.
Civilization 7 is coming to PC, Mac, and console.
That's bad, bro. What is going on, man?
Sid Meier's Civilization 7 is coming to PC, Mac, and consoles on February 11th, 2025.
It's about the FPS. It's about historical representation. True. It's not about the game. It's about what the game means. What does the game represent? They didn't have many frames back then. Judging by the keyboard and wired mouse, I think his PC is not made for gaming. I think he's like, hey man, we really need a footage of you playing this game. Can you load it up? Oh, I don't have it. Okay, take this USB stick. The game is on the USB stick and just run it from the USB stick. Oh, okay. Like, is this an ongoing game? How far into the game do you think this is? Can anyone tell from just looking at it? I know I'm kind of being a little bit. I'm kind of being petty, I think, is what I'm being right now. For like no reason. Other than like this game won most anticipated game of the year, so I'm a little butthurt about that. But that's a big city. I'm just curious. Is Def some test environment made for him? You think so? Looks like turn 70. This looks like turns. Can you tell from just looking at it what turn it is? That means he's been playing it on like 0 frames on this computer. To be fair, optimization is usually last step.
Civilization 7 is coming to PC, Mac.
It barely runs though. Sure, it's maybe an Office PC, but do they now have an Office PC that can run the game they're developing? The Office PC isn't like for like doing office work. It's literally for the game. That's at least 5 hours into the skirmish. Okay. Could have loaded the save. That's fair. Based off of number of improvements, it's 100 turns. Yeah, well, good stuff. Okay, well that's I think that was really it. They had like one other video which was like a review on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I mean, seems like whatever. It seems like you know, is there still more like issues with the Path of Exile 2 drama? What's with the Extra Life stuff? Was there more stuff that came out of it or no? Is there drama? Kind of. It's more to do with it's kind of like it's stupid drama really. It's just like Extra Life released a review early and people are mad about it. I didn't know if more came out of it. I was curious. No one cares at this point, just hype for tomorrow. Yeah, I thought there was going to be like more. I thought there was more to it, but maybe I misread it. People are already making like concept builds. This is crazy. How do you even do it? Wait, what?
Why? Hello and welcome everybody. Also good morning. So if you've made it to this video, we're officially 20 hours until launch. Cannot wait for POE 2. We're doing some crazy long streams. But anyway,
dude, POE players are like, holy shit, dude. POE players are like some next level.
Go on and get into the build idea of what I'm going to be playing for launch.
To be fair, it's like a lot of ARPG players though too. It's not exclusive to POE.
We're going to be taking number 1 as there's no other choice. Number 1 gives you life remnants. I believe you
like
can
already build like concept builds and stuff. Like my Bleeding Frostfire Blood Mage concept build.
Also attach support gems to life remnants. TLDR about life remnants, we're going to use a little document here. Not a document, but something I made. Life remnants make it so when you hit a boss and you crit, or when you kill mobs,
2x speed.
Life remnants. The life remnants heal your life pool, so this right here is your life pool. This is your maximum life pool. You can also pick up life remnants to go past your life cap up to 2 times. So if you have 1k HP, you can go up to 2k over health, let's call it, right? That's how
that
life
fucking sounds
works.
so scuffed.
Now, the plan is to go 1-4-5-7 or 1-4-7-5, or if we end up needing life leech, we're gonna go ahead and take number 2. This is primarily defensive, with the exception of 4 being damage. You can see that on blood barbs. And number 5.
It's a video game or a second job. Well, a lot of people like do these as like a hobby, so it's kind of like You know, it'd be like the same thing as somebody just explaining to you what their hobby is and what they do for it.
Longer, and this one helps you build up the freeze. Now let's talk about
Half the
those
fun this game historically is a theory. Yeah, the thing is like the theory to me is just kind of like I don't really engage with it. I had like POE Builder at one point, but that's mostly to just like play what's optimal because I feel like I just don't think I'm smart enough to come up with concept builds. I wish I could two-speed this. I'm just kind of perusing through it. I'm not actually gonna watch 19 minutes of a Frostfire Blood Mage build concept. It's just interesting to me that people are already like doing concept builds for the game that hasn't come out yet, you know. But somebody did point out that there's guides and stuff already available, so likely they'll be able to you know, just like snipe some of the stuff from there and already try to apply it. Built so many D&D characters that I will never play. Yeah, but this is like a whole nother level. This is like math theory at a certain point. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not actually like, if it was only like you start out with a couple of abilities for level 1 through 5, it's one thing, but like this is like actual application of stats and the breakdowns for them. Someone like this particular guy makes builds every PoE league with a lot of depth and such. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
Also this. We're running this back, huh? We're running this back. What the fuck is that? This is whether or not you play PoE is what this is. This is something you look at and you either say yes or no. That's the brutal nature of PoE, okay? My friends won't play PoE with me because of this. Yes. Totally understandable. This game's got astrology. That's the main selling point of PoE. This is the main contention of PoE. It's either you look at this and you say, oh, this is dope, or you look at this and say, I'm not going anywhere near this. I look at this and say, you know, it's got to be an easier way, man. I say, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Like, we got to be, there's got to be an easier concept. You know what I mean? So, not that I'm like for it or against it. Like, I get the ideas behind it. All of that tree is just like minor stats. Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of nodes here that are minor stat nodes. But it's just like, it's a whole bunch of like garbage at the same time. I don't know. It's just like there's like no like the design of this is like very. It doesn't look good. There's a whole lot of like criticism for this. But it's so overwhelming. Yeah, it is very overwhelming, and that's why and that's my point, is that new players will look at this and be like, what the fuck is that? And then they uninstall a game. Generally speaking, that's the way it goes. There are people that will say, okay, let's figure this out, and that's when they start deep diving into the game, and that's when they start to fall in love with the game. A lot of this is just figuring out the shortest route to a key. So myself, I try to make a build. So when I first started playing this, I try to make a build. I try to make like a hunter build, like an agility bow user build, and then I started getting one shot by Act 3. And I said, okay, that sucks. How do I improve on this? And I found out that I couldn't respec. So that was one of my first experiences with the PoE. I thought that was pretty bad. Okay, I thought the beginner trap of, yo, I could do my own thing here, let me experiment, to then be punished by it out the gate. That's bad game design. I'm sorry. Like, I like the game. I have hundreds of hours in the game. I spent money on the game. The game is cool, but that's bad. That's bad game design to be able to like tell a person, yeah, try this out. And when they start trying it out, be like, haha, gotcha, you're dog shit now. And then you sort of get like soft lock a little bit. Respec should definitely be free. For sure should have been free out the gate. Like, if you're going to show this to people and be like, yeah, try this out. And then they can make their character an absolute piece of shit that can't do anything at all. I think that's like, that's not good. Like, I don't know like what the... So what ends up happening is that once you realize you're terrible at like theory crafting or making builds, then you go and look up a build from somebody like this, who will then sit down with you and say, look, here's what you want to build. These are the stats that you want to go for. These are the nodes. This is what works. This is what doesn't work. It takes a bit of agency away from your gameplay, because like at that point you're just following somebody else's crafted build. And but you start doing that, and then you start seeing success, and at some point in time you ascend, and then you become this guy. assuming that like you get that far. But generally speaking, that's sort of like the building stages of PoE is that you start out, you make a dog shit build, you're bad, you then experiment a bit more, you still find out you're bad, you look up some guides, you start doing some reading, you start improving because the guides know what they're talking about, and then eventually you become the guy that maybe can build your own stuff more effectively, or you make the guides or what have you. So those are the different stages of like the PoE players. Or the -1 stage, which is where you look at this and you say, no, I'm good. And you never pick this up and never play it, which is also understandable. It's not a design failure per se, since it's the intent. It's for hardcore players originally. But these days, they've changed the philosophy to make it easier. It's still bad game design. I don't care if it's for hardcore players or not. Saying it, so I'm a hardcore player because I make a bad build and I have to restart my character. That's hardcore. That's dog shit. It's not hardcore. Okay. Now if you said there was a league where you could reset for free, and there was a league where you couldn't, and that was hardcore, I would digress. But out the gate, you play the game the first time, you try to make your own build, you make a dog shit build like everyone else does, and that's not hardcore. That's just, I mean, that's like a beginner trap. And I think that's like a failure in game design. And I mean, people can argue with me on that. I'm fine to like listen to some different takes on it. Maybe I'm incorrect, but there's a reason why so many people look at this and say, I'm good. But if you sold it as, hey, you could look at this and just try it out and do whatever you want. And if you mess up, that's okay. You can go back and just undo it until you find some success. Then I would say, okay, that's better, because that's maybe less intimidating. But telling a player that you can look at this and you can make something bad out the gate, and then you can almost soft lock your character and progression at that point if you don't know what you're doing, I don't think that's good. That's not compelling. That's going to turn a lot of people away, and I'm sure it's turned away plenty of people already. That's just the reality of it. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm suffice to say, I feel like I'm very correct in this. If you're a player can sort of soft loss and well, yeah, the respec cost was way too high for this. For what this is, unfortunately. There's too many acts where, like, in the game, where when you get to them, you need certain points from this tree. You absolutely need certain points from the tree at certain points in the game, and those are, like, your resist nodes and your defense nodes. If you don't get them, by the time you get to some of the acts, you will get one shot. You will not be able to do the boss at all. You will absolutely be stuck until you can get those defense nodes. Or you get, like, items that are, like, goated rolled or whatever. Because outside of just like the practicality of this tree and like understanding what the different nodes do and how they benefit your character and which stats you need to pick up, you also need to understand crafting and gearing, which is a huge part of PoE as well. The gearing in PoE is like one of the most important parts you have to understand. So and that's outside of like even the gems and stuff, but just crafting and gearing and what roles you need is like a whole nother thing you need to learn on top of just this. So you look at this and you're like, holy shit, this is a lot. This isn't even gearing or crafting yet. So there's just a lot. And maybe that's hardcore, but you can't punish people while they're learning the game and understanding it. I think you can punish them when they start doing mapping and stuff. I think once they beat Act 10 and they go into maps, then you can start punishing them and be like, look, you're in it now, brother. You're deep in it. But punishing people by like Act 5 or 6 because they like didn't know what they were doing with their build is just like not, conducive. That's not practical for keeping people in for the long haul and keeping them invested. They'll just give up and be like, yeah, this game's shit. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. And they'll move on to like a much easier game to understand, which I don't think is a good selling point. I think the beauty of this game is like the longer you play it, like the more enjoyable it gets. But unfortunately, it's getting there that you have to like get over that hump too.
Let's go back to what we were talking about. So the tricky thing here is there are a couple of support gems, such as Eternal Flame. Right. So
they're still doing like level and stuff in gems. I probably should watch like a PoE breakdown video of just like their new features, because I don't know what all they added, like other than like graphic redesign and changing how like boss mechanics are and stuff like that. There's a bunch of things that I like have seen from their trailers, but they've had like 3 or 4 different. I mean, they've had so many different developer interviews at this point. Just buy OnlyFans. Simple. Buy OnlyFans. If you watch PoE 2 live stream, it has everything kind of. Yeah, but it's so long. There's like the live stream. The last PoE live stream was how long? Is there like a synopsis video I could watch? Like, here's everything new coming. Yeah, they have like end game content reveal that's an hour and 19 minutes long. Everything new PoE 2. Maybe I could just watch like a summary video just so I'm ready for it. All new info and change content for early access. This video is by Wooly. It's huge. They said it's
Hello,
huge.
everybody. So Path of Exile 2 just had an absolutely gargantuan reveal stream, and they talked about literally everything that is going to be right at the start of PoE 2 early access. I'm going to break down absolutely everything I can for you as quick as I can. Let's start here with actually playing the game.
Okay.
It is going to be free to play once it's outside of early access.
Good
So if
stuff.
you want to play for early access, you have to spend
Thank you for the gifted sub, XYZ.
$480 lifetime. However, for those of you who don't play PoE 1 or haven't spent that much, you can buy at least the $30 supporter pack that they just released. So once you do have access, what are you going to get? Well, let's dive into the meat and potatoes here. So to start, there are going to be 3 acts for the campaign and 2 difficulties. Yes, you PoE 1 veterans, we are going back in time. We're going to cruel difficulty, baby. Let's go. 2 campaigns. So the normal campaign, they said for a brand new player, I don't know if that means for just Path of Exile or for action RPGs in general, they said it'll take about 25 hours to get through a 3-act campaign for a brand new player.
I don't know if I do hardcore, dude. 25 hours and you just die? Oh, God. And I don't follow a guide? Bro, I think I might be biting off more than I can chew. I think maybe I do like solo self-found or something.
25 hours. That's quite a bit of content already. Then once you do that, before you reach the end game, which believe me, the end game of Path of Exile is a sight to behold. We'll get there in just one second. You then have to complete cruel difficulty of the exact same campaign that you just went through. The only difference.
What do you mean? You spent the same amount dying at 22? Yeah, but like I kind of knew what I was doing versus like I'm gonna have to. Oh God, dude. Oh God. Yeah, I might be fucking myself here. Skill issue for real? No, absolutely. Absolutely, bro. I'm not skilled enough, man. What are you talking about? Literally, my PoE experience has been just like following like toxic rain guides for my like ranger build, speedrunning acts 1 through 10, and doing some like basic mapping. That's been my until like I start getting one shot by like cringe affixes. But other than that, it's gonna be kind of yeah, it's gonna be a bit much. Push their skill set. Yeah, maybe I thought you were a god gamer. Dude, I am, dude, but like I also need to be an informed gamer to be a god gamer, you know? Like I have a whole bunch of natural talents, but like with this, I mean, it's gonna be a bit much.
Is you have, your character's levels and gears and skills and all that stuff. Just think of that like a new game plus. So I would imagine that as a brand new player, again, it's about 25 hours-ish. And then when you go to cruel difficulty, new game plus, you can expect maybe like 10 hours. It depends on how well you excelled through the regular campaign, right? So maybe 10 hours, 7 hours, 5 hours even, I don't know. And then for us veteran Path of Exile players, Mark himself said that it takes him about 5 hours to complete it. So I expect we can be around that number as well. And then on cruel difficulty, maybe like 2 hours, 3 hours max. And then after you beat cruel difficulty, that's when you dive into the end game. But we'll talk about that in just one second. And then a final note for any of you that have like potential reservations about spending money for early access, GGG specifically stated that they plan to double the size of the entire game. So that means the campaign, the classes that you're choosing, and the in-game systems throughout early access. They want to double everything. So keep that in mind. All right, getting into the actual customization, what you're going to be playing in the game, starting with classes. There are 6 classes right off the start, and you have 2 Ascendancy classes, not 3, 2 for each of those 6 classes. If you don't play PoE, just think of an Ascendancy class like a class on top of your class with like ultra-specific nodes that are very powerful. Right. And another thing, if you don't play Path of Exile, every class can use everything except for the Ascendancy class. So if I choose the Warrior class, I can still use a bow and arrow. I can still use a fireball or something like that. I don't have to be a warrior with a big mace. The only restriction of your class is when you ascend to your Ascendancy class, that is specific to the base class, but nothing else. And this also extends to the skills that you'll be using to kill monsters. They are not specific to a class. However, as a new player, you'll be getting a drop called an uncut skill gem. When you get one of these, what will happen?
So how are skill gems then? Are skill gems all new? Or I should probably move the camera a little bit. Are skill gems all new? Or are people just gonna make the same builds as they did in PoE? Like out the gate? Like, are people just gonna roll witch and just do their the fucking blink ice builds and just a bunch of the like same from PoE, old ones too? Yeah, but are there more new ones than old ones? No armor slots. Talking shit about my Ellie Cleave? No, I'm just like wondering, like, is it more possibilities? Okay.
Happen is that it'll open up a menu. If you don't toggle a certain option, it'll open up a menu only for your class. So you'll be
Interesting. Okay, so this is gem cutting skill gems. Oh, this is where you can make these gems? How is this determined?
fitting like the theme of your class. If you choose the mercenary, for example, you're going to be like sticking to crossbow and mercenary type stuff. Whereas you could just toggle an option and then you see every single skill available to you at that given time, regardless of which archetype you chose. Also, a big difference here, if you do play Path of Exile 1, is that skills are no longer socketed in your gear, period. You just have a
Right, that was the big change, right?
separate skill menu. You put your skills in there and then you put your support gems linked to each skill. And I don't know if I should say the word linked because I'm pretty sure there are no links anymore between the skills either. So long as a skill is socketed, you can just place the support gem in there and it will apply to the skill.
Okay.
So sockets are the only thing that matter on your skills themselves. However, that being said, sockets actually still do exist on your gear. You're just not putting your skills in there, you're putting runes into there. Where have I seen this before? And each rune just provides a passive benefit of some kind, like extra cold resistance, life, etc. And knowing that this is Path of Exile, the depth
So
of
how are links determined then? So you don't have links anymore? Do you need a master's degree to play this game? Yes. So do you just get 6 links on everything? There are no more links. Yeah, but so how many sockets do you get? Like, what is determining this? Or is this not like, what is this Glacial Bolt 5 socket? You can get all of them to 6. How is it determined? I think the number of sockets is random on drop. Oh, dude. Okay. Okay. Okay.
into there. Where have I seen this before? And each rune just provides a passive benefit of some kind, like extra cold resistance, life, etc. And knowing that this is Path of Exile, the depth of this rune system has the potential to be expanded upon greatly. And you know that big bad scary passive tree thing that jump scares all the new players?
Yeah.
It's getting slightly more complex in Path of Exile 2 because you actually have 2 sets
They're doubling down on it. They doubled down.
Passive skill points to use. You have normal points, which are gained simply from leveling up, and then you have these specialized skill points, which can act as normal points. So you just travel the tree, whatever path you want to take. You then get these specialized ones, which I believe are from certain quest rewards and certain boss kills, and then you can choose to spend them towards that normal path or to just go down a completely different path, which is linked to the other weapon that you're carrying. So
I'm telling you right now, if they don't have a way to like revert these, well, when Dave in a minute, if they don't have a way to revert these, you're gonna lose like all the new players that you gain on launch. I'm telling you right now, once players, if they don't have this change, it's gonna get really bad.
The menu, you can choose between your main weapon and then your swap weapon, and these specialized skill points, you can choose to allocate them specifically towards that swapped weapon. This creates
So there was a refund guy.
A lot of interesting use cases. For example, if you're playing like a primarily fire damage sorceress,
Apply refunds. 3 unconfirmed passive skill changes. It costs gold to refund. Okay, so that's not too bad, right? Your gold 4,000. It costs you 4,000 to refund it. Ew. I mean, okay. I mean, maybe 4,000 gold's not a whole lot early game.
and you also want to like combo with a big shock or something, you can have your main weapon be all fire damage related stats, your second weapon be shock or lightning damage specific stats, and then on top of that in your skill tree.
Oh, the difference before and after. Oh, I misread it. Oh, so it was like 200 gold to refund?
That swapped weapon. This creates a lot of interesting
93 gold. Oh, I saw it. Oh, okay.
use cases. For example,
93 gold, so it's like 100 gold per. Yeah, that's fine, dude. That's probably fine. Imagine it's like, maybe it's multiplicative. Maybe it's based off of how much gold you have. Either way, that doesn't seem like a whole lot. Yeah, definitely. The refund definitely is going to have to be like a big thing, especially for new players that are playing PoE 2 for the first time. Otherwise, like, there's not even build guides. There's not even like the fucking crutch of people playing this game and saying, oh, just follow a build. Like, when the game launches, there's not going to be builds to follow other than like the sweats that made like the day 1 builds, which are all theory relative anyway. Like theory crafting builds day 1 are just going to be literally that. They're just theory. They may be dog shit for all we know. Who knows? Extra Life has left the chat. Yeah, Extra Life should leave the chat.
If you're playing like a primarily fire damage sorceress, and you also want to like combo
I'll be
with
following Alex build. Wish me luck. I don't even know what I'm going to be doing.
a big shock
I
or something.
literally am going into this like almost blind in terms of like build management. The big thing is going to be like defense, but out the gate, like I don't. Do I go Dex notes? I think I'm gonna either go do Archer. It was either gonna be like a summoning build, which is like what I've done a lot, an Archer build, where I go like some crazy bow build, or I do the new Mercenary. I haven't figured out what I want to do. I'm doing Infernal Minions. That usually works. Infernal Minions usually just like very easy. Caught, I'm ugly IRL. POE 1 used to have gold and hundreds of thousands. Yeah, I mean, I don't think gold would be hard to get. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'll be doing. How will I be doing a build? Do I go? Someone came in with a Righteous Fire build a week after POE launched. Is POE complicated? Never played. Might try it. Yes and no. It has very complicated systems, but at its core, it's not complicated, you know? You go around, kill stuff. But is the end game nuanced and complicated? And is there like mega nerds that sit there all day and look at numbers? Yeah, for sure. It has a lot of depth. Yes, it has a very lot of depth, like a lot of depth. I personally don't follow the depth. Like I'm not smart enough to sit here and like theory craft, but I will follow people that are smart. And if someone's like figured out like something more optimal, I will likely just copy them. You know, I just remember my friends gambling gear and me watching them stream it. Clueless. Yeah, there is gear gamba. Were they like chaos orb slamming or something? There's a bunch of gamba too. I think so. My goal with this is like I'm not really trying to be like hey guys, I'm gonna show you the best builds. Nor am I gonna try to like, you know, just be world first or anything like that. But I think what could be fun is like the challenge of it. Like if you guys understand the premise of like, for example, hardcore WoW, like, oh, if Alex dies on this character, he's dead forever. Like that's what I applied to WoW, and that's been fun to watch. So I think with PoE, what could be fun to watch is just making like, can you actually make hardcore characters? Yes, you can actually do hardcore leagues in this. You can do a thing called hardcore SSF, which is hardcore, and you don't buy anything from the auction house. Did you last night in WoW? No, we did not. But having said that, while that is fun to watch, I'm not confident enough. Like for example, the most I could ever do, like I've done acts 1 through 10 with like 1 death before. You know what I'm saying? At like under, what was it? Under like 4 hours. That's what I've like accomplished, right? 1 through 10 under 4 hours on a specific like ranger build is like what I would do, and I would try to like just improve on that until I would like no longer die, right? That's pretty much what I started doing. That was fun for me. So like I'm a little sketched out by hardcore. Having said that, like this is a good opportunity to like get better at doing that and not die. That's actually pretty fast for even normal players. Yeah, I mean, because I would follow speedrun guides, you know what I'm saying? And I got very quick at doing acts 1 through 10, and I actually liked following like speed routes. Like there's a few people that I would watch doing like speed runs of acts 1 through 10. And so that was like fun for me. Like you go around and you like do things very quickly. You buy the same gems over and over again. And sir, like for example, when you get to like in Act 1, there's the quest where you go to I forget exactly. It's in the Shallows, I think, or it's once you get out of the town and you go right. If you hover right, there's a quest that goes down to the ship, and there's a guy that you kill there for like a green gem. This is like all playing back in my head, but there's a bunch of zombies on it. It's literally in the, like right after you get out of the beach and you go into the first town. There's like routes and stuff. There's like the little island, yeah. So there's like these speedrunners. Like I enjoyed listening to them talk about how when you load into the map, you can actually tell what the routing for it will be based off of like the spawn. So they'll be like, you always go left when you load into this map because it's more likely that the exit will be on the left versus on the right. So like there's stuff like that I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. Oh yeah, it's kind of like GeoGuessr for pros. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I started applying that to like my own runs. Like, oh, I loaded into this cave. I can tell that this is okay. If I find this particular landmark, I have to go opposite of it because that's where the entrance to the cave will be. So stuff like that was kind of fun for me. just because I try to improve my time on it, and like I try to get better and better at that. So that's kind of my entry into the game, was just following like a couple of builds. I did like Infernal builds. I did a couple of Toxic Rain builds. My favorite is the second act where you follow the bodies, you'll get to the exit. Yeah. You follow the bodies, you get to the exit. Yeah, just like I said, improving on those like different things. It's been a while since I've done that though, maybe a few years. So I've lost a lot of that information, but there's a few speedrunners out there that have like showed a lot of like cool tricks and stuff to the game, which I enjoyed learning about and trying to apply that to like myself. So yeah, I could do like the first 1 through 10 deathless, and that was a big accomplishment for me. Was learning that, but in terms of like, can I hop onto this and do hardcore? It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, dude. I don't know if I can do. To be fair, it's only Acts 1 through 3, so that might be fine. But like, I follow my own build and 1 through 3 deathless. I don't even like. I have no idea what the game is about, so I might die to some like cheese. Although they made the bosses' attacks more telegraphed, so it might be more like skill based on actually dodging things. So that might be pretty good. So maybe that it's more doable now. But then I'm like, what do I do for like a, like honestly like a summoner build would be pretty good for what do you call it? Like a summoner build might be good for survivability, just because like I'll have more wiggle room if I want to do a hardcore one. But I haven't decided exactly what I want to do for I don't know, for content. I need to think of like a content route here. I don't know what the best content angle is for PoE launch.
You can have your main weapon be all fire damage related stats, your second weapon be shock or lightning damage specific stats, and then on top of that, in your skill tree, you can do only those specialized points into lightning damage.
I'd love for the animations for which. Maybe I should just look at that. Softcore is punishing now too. There's only one try for maps, and boss HP resets if you die. Oh fuck.
So that when you use your lightning skill, it'll automatically swap to your lightning weapon.
I mean, maybe I could do like somewhere in between. Maybe I do like self-found. That way, like, it's completely on me, but I don't do hardcore. Because I feel like I'll die. This is for sure. I for sure die. Just a matter of when. Whether it's like the first act I die, whether it's second act, I'll probably die to a boss, and then it's a full reset, right? 25 hours.
Use your lightning passives. Pretty cool idea. All right, that's all like the early game, just general info of Path of Exile 2. Now let's talk about the end game, because if you play PoE 1 or if you play Diablo or any other action RPG, you
start with
know
hardcore,
that the meat
stop
and
when you
potatoes
die.
of any game,
True,
the
could do that too.
creme is the end game. And Path of Exile 1 has no shortage of that, and it looks like here in early access for Path of Exile 2, it's going to be the exact same.
Nice.
So the way that the end game works is it's
let's hear this.
kind of like you're mapping, but you have way more control over what each map does.
Oh, this looks sick. Okay. I think we might just do, if your character dies in hardcore, it just moves to softcore. Oh, true. I guess we could just continue softcore, right? So we could do hardcore self-found, and then when we die, we just continue softcore self-found. I'd probably be okay with that. I guess. I mean, that could be content in its own way, I suppose.
So instead of maps, you'll be dropping waystones. Each waystone has prefixes and suffixes, but the prefixes exclusively modify the rewards of the waystone, while the suffixes exclusively modify the danger. So things like extra item drops and whatnot will always be prefixes, whereas all monster damage and speed and all that will always be suffixes. You will use these waystones inside of the Atlas, which is some gargantuan, they said, infinite, ever-expanding map screen, basically. And on the Atlas, you'll have specific nodes that you're dropping these waystones in, and the goal is to clear the corruption from that node, which you do by killing all of the rare and unique monsters in that node. And if you fail a node, guess what? Hey, better luck next time, buddy. Hey, you better go around pick another one, because that node is no longer accessible. Goodbye. Right. So as you're traversing these nodes throughout the Atlas, you'll be entering different biomes, and those will give you different waystone drops or different item drops specific to that biome. And you also find different things like big old towers, which reveal...
Oh, dude, loot filters. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me, bro. Oh, my God. I just realized. Okay.
You know, a certain area around them, just pushes the fog of war out, different hideouts to unlock, that kind of stuff. And
what are those? Big tower? Whoa.
You progress through the Atlas.
Wait, this looks sick, dude. Wait, this is sick, man.
socketing your waystones, completing nodes, etc., you will be getting Atlas skill tree points. The big difference here, if you play Path of Exile 1, is that the Atlas skill tree seems to be separated between just normal nodes, which increase the general monster things and general loot drops, and then the league-specific nodes, which you unlock by specifically completing that league mechanic. We'll get to that in 1 second. A final note about the general endgame is that, unlike in Path of Exile 1, where every single map has a unique boss in it, GGG said that this time around, waystones have about a 1 in 4 chance to contain a boss. And I don't know if every boss is going to be a league mechanic specific boss, or if it's just like a general unique enemy, like they just like copied one out of the campaign, put it into the waystone, 1 in 4 chance to get one. They weren't
Okay, so you can still do that, right?
General unique enemy, like they just like
Where
copied.
you use an exalted orb, use an exalted orb on the cask. Guarded by 14 packs of monsters. Magic monsters, 8 additional items, contains 3 additional. That's so sick you can do that though. So he's pretty much using an item that augments a rare item with a new random modifier. No one exalts a strongbox. It's just funny that you can do this though. This guy exalted a strongbox. Like, I like that. I think he used an item on like already an RNG cask. So what happens to it?
Campaign, put it into the waystone.
Detonates nearby corpses. Okay. I don't think that's good for you, bro.
All right. Chance to get one. They weren't exactly specific on that, but I would imagine it's just, you know, whatever content you're doing, 1 in 4 chance of fighting a unique enemy inside of it. But the main draw of the end game in Path
You
of
can do
Exile
that in POE 1, 2, TBH. Yeah. It's just I like that they do shit like
is
this.
having true flexibility over doing the content that you want to do. In Path of Exile 2, we have 7 league mechanics to accomplish exactly that. First of all, shrines. They're just a random shrine, and they have some monsters around them. You kill the monsters, then you get the benefit of the shrine, like giga movement speed, experience gain, loot drops, shocking enemies, whatever it may be. If you play PoE 1, they're exactly the same thing. Strong boxes are also back. They're basically exactly the same thing as in PoE 1. They just look like they are spawning monsters slower. So you just find a box that has random stats on it. You open up the box, kill the monsters, a bunch of loot pops out. Essences are back as well, but it seems to be streamlined a little bit. It seems like you just have 2 tiers of essences, normal and greater. Maybe there's some other ones down the line. I don't know. But the normal...
I don't know if I liked essences. I was overwhelmed by essences.
Ones just guarantee a mod of that type, so a life mod, a speed mod, a cold damage mod, etc.
I guess it helps with
greater
crafting,
essences
right?
do the same thing, but can be applied to magic items. So you have a magic item with like 2 mods that you like, then you slap an essence on it, and it adds a guaranteed mod of that type while upgrading the item into rare. Pretty cool. Breach is also back. Mechanically, it seems to be basically the same thing, but the loot drops are quite a bit different. Number 1, this is where we are getting our catalysts, which you can apply if it's like Path of Exile 1 to your belt, your rings, and your amulet, which will increase things like all life stats, all resistance stats, etc. Normally, quality can be only at 20%, but you also get breach rings from the breach mechanic, which can roll up to 50.
Breach was a league, right? It's like where you open it up and like it just keeps growing and tons of monsters are running at you until the breach is closed. Yeah. So did they just decide to like bring back random leagues that they liked for PoE 2, or are they planning on swapping out old leagues for the new? Like, what's their philosophy on it? All mechanics were once leagues. Yeah, I understand that's how PoE works. What I'm saying is PoE 2 going to work that way too, or is it they only brought back a few like league mechanics and they're going to keep those? Or I guess I see what you're saying. So breach is already a mechanic in PoE 1, so now it's a mechanic in PoE 2. All of them carry over. Okay, all right, that makes sense.
50% quality. Also, Breach will contain one of the new pinnacle bosses, which is Zext. I don't know how to pronounce it. Zest. Ritual is also back. Mechanically, basically the same thing, except the omens are now specific to meta crafting, which has a lot of potential for the overall, complexity of the end game and itemization. And the pinnacle boss is going to be the King of the Mist. Delirium is also back. Basically, mechanically the same thing, except this time it's dropping distilled emotions, which these emotions seem to be replacing 2 things. Number 1, delirium orbs, which...
Oh man, this. I mean, I guess there's a lot for people to do. It's just like so much shit. Oh man, because these at some point these were like leagues which were adding on to the base game, and then now they're like mechanics that are now part of the base game, but they're porting all of them over to PoE 2. Might be like kind of overwhelming. I don't know. I was hoping it was not going to be as bloated. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. I was kind of hoping that like they wouldn't just make it PoE 1, run it back again with like a fresh coat.
previously you would apply to a map to apply just,
Streamlined all of them.
layers which drop currency or jewelry or something like that and also make the map harder, and also oils from the blight mechanic. So you will use these distilled emotions to anoint your amulet with a passive tree.
Like, all the shit that he's saying right now is just like too much. Like, it's like telling a new player, like, okay, the skill slots have changed, the skill gems have changed, it's pretty basic stuff, streamline the node tree. Okay. Also, essences are back. What are essences? Don't worry about it. Also, delirium is back. What's delirium? Don't worry about it. Also, breach is back. What's breach? Don't worry about it. It's like the list is ever growing on all the shit that the POE 1 players are gonna like be familiar with, but like the new players are just gonna be like completely fucking lost what any of this shit means.
Of whatever you choose.
All league are part of the base, but I understand, and this is the second time that we're talking about this. Okay, I get that. What I'm saying is, the reason that they're part of the base game was because they were additions to the base game, right? And then they got turned into this is just now base game, okay? What I'm saying is they're additions to PoE 1, whereas PoE 2, they shouldn't exist. That's all. That's my take, is that they shouldn't exist because they were just layers and layers and layers on top of the base game to give it more depth, whereas this should be a brand new game. It shouldn't have those layers anymore. It should just start fresh. Maybe add the delirium redefined. Maybe add breach redefined as its own thing, but just like lumping in all the fucking shit that they already had PoE stacked with. Like, you know, I mean, are they gonna have the harvest mechanics and stuff too? Are they gonna have the contracts? Are they gonna have the fucking delving? Is that all gonna be in it too? It's just a lot of stuff. It's very overwhelming for a new player to play PoE now. I don't think making like PoE 2 with the same overwhelming mechanics is intuitively a good thing, but you guys are saying it's more streamlined now. It's like way easier. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm just saying, as like a perspective of a person that's done both, it is a bit overwhelming.
And then the boss is going to be the, simulacrum encounter, which will have a pinnacle boss at the very end of it, if you can make it there. And the final league mechanic that they talked about was expedition, which seems to be pretty much the exact same thing as in Path of Exile 1. Pretty cool. So as you are progressing through the Atlas, putting waystones in the different nodes and progressing towards content that you like to do, you will also find occasionally the end game trials, which the trials are the way that you choose your ascendancy class. So each end game trial will have 4 floors with, again, a pinnacle boss at the end of each floor. There are 2 variations of the trials you can do. The first one is Sekima, and that is your source of jewels.
Did you say Sekima? Sekima what, dude?
For the passive tree, and the jewel effects look vastly different than in Path of Exile 1. I won't go into too much detail, but it looks pretty cool. And the second version of the trial, the Chaos one, which is where the Trial Master...
Inscribed Ultimatum, area level 80. Take this item to the Trial of Chaos to participate in a Trial of Chaos. Offer an inscribed ultimatum to undertake the Trial Master's challenge.
Resides drops Val Orbs, which functionally are the same thing as in Path of Exile 1, but the modifiers that they're granting on your items are pretty different. They can add enchantments, which are basically like special implicits to an item. They give it more attack speed, more damage, like increase the magnitudes of all the explicit modifiers on it, stuff like that. It can reroll up to half the mods on the item. It can add a socket to the item, which remember sockets, you're putting in rune.
Ooh, okay. Val Orb, corrupts an item, modifying it, predictive. Yeah, Val's the Gamba, right? Val's like the big Gamba. I guess it's all kind of Gamba. But I feel like Valve is like the either you brick it or you pop off. I don't know.
Words, which give you additional stats like life resistances. So you can get additional sockets, which do bypass the limit. They did mention that specifically. And then soul cores.
Like corrupted. So what did it do here? Hold up.
And then soul core.
That's it. Did it do anything to the modifying it? Am I crazy? It just corrupted it.
Cores. And one final note here on the league mechanics is that while
Oh, chance to do nothing. Oh, okay. He did nothing to it. Okay, I thought it was going crazy. He literally just bricked it. Cool.
You are doing whichever league mechanic that you're doing, when you kill a pinnacle boss inside that league mechanic, you will then get points to spend on the Atlas skill tree.
Oh, this one. Did this one also brick it? Is there an easier way to do this, by the way? Like where you can tell whether something like was actually beneficial or not? You know what I mean? Or like, is there like a plus, like a thing that's like previous modifiers, new modifiers? No? So you just have to remember what you had on it. So you have to remember like all your base stats like out the gate. Oh, it says right here plus 30 to maximum life. It's the very thing at the top. Okay, I thought it changed the what are the stats below it like the prefixes and suffixes, right? I thought it changes something to it. I guess it'll just show you at the top like, oh, your corruption did plus 30 maximum life. Okay, that makes sense. I think the changes will always be significant or noticeable. Okay.
Inside that league mechanic, you will then get points to spend on the Atlas skill tree for that league. This is a much different system from Path of Exile 1's Atlas tree, where you just get points by completing the maps and you can put them in any league mechanic right off the bat that you want to do. If you want to do league-specific content, you have to kill that boss of the league. And, you know, you'll be encountering proceedingly higher level bosses as you progress through the Atlas, so they'll be harder to kill, so it'll be way harder to get, you know...
There's 7% attack speed on that. God, there's so much random shit that you can do to crafting. Oh my god. I forgot all about that. There's so much shit you can do to crafting.
You know, all of the passive points for a certain league. At least that's their plan. Finally, as if everything I mentioned wasn't enough, there is a true pinnacle encounter. Think of like the Shaper right at the start of Atlas of Worlds in Path of Exile 1. The true big boy pinnacle boss is accessed by the Fortress. Apparently, you'll need 3 separate keys dropping from various sources. I don't remember where. And then when you are inside of the Fortress,
Maybe more streamlined
the
flank?
actual
Yeah,
boss
I
is
hope
guarded
so.
by 3 uber act bosses. And then each of those guys have 2 lieutenants on top of that. So, you know, you're killing like 9 different dudes total just to even get a chance to fight the big boy pinnacle boss. And if you fail this encounter at any step, killing lieutenants, killing the act bosses, or killing the actual final pinnacle boss, you will fail the encounter and they will move on probably just to a different node on the Atlas, and you have to
Holy shit, bro. Real? Oh, man.
find the fortress again. So that is the ultimate goal that you will be working towards.
I mean, that is endgame, so I'm not like really too, you know, that's what endgame is. Like, so who, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be difficult.
And of course, yes, as you're doing all of this content, you're getting like unique items specific to each league. When you kill a specific boss, it has a chance to give its item. And you'll also be just getting the generally good stuff that can drop from any monster. Like, there are so many layers of progression. If you've not played Path of Exile before or any action RPG, you should definitely consider checking out Path of Exile 2 because there seems to be a lot of content going for it. All right, that was the most concise that I could be because that live stream was a giant bomb of information. I will be making a metric booty butt ton of content on Path of Exile 2 once it does release on December 6th. So consider subscribing to my YouTube channel and also check out my stream at twitch.tv/woollygaming if you'd like to see me playing the game live. Thank you for watching.
That was a good, so that was a good, good guide on things, because there'll always be a case if you don't like the mechanic, you just don't do it. And there's others. Yeah, I mean, but you kind of want to do, I mean, you kind of want to experience as much of the game as you can, I guess, right? But that's true. If you don't want to participate in a mechanic, I guess you could skip, like, you know, popping the breach or doing the deliriums or whatever the fuck, right? Are you gonna make a metric booty ton or a metric booty butt ton? Well, we'll see what metric measurement of content I make for POE 2. I'm not entirely I'm not entirely sure. The game comes out relatively soon though. I'll be skipping Expedition. Yeah, but like, I'll probably try everything is the thing. I'll likely try all the different mechanics because I'm curious to see how they work, especially stuff that like I haven't, you know, engaged with for years now since I played POE last. It's been a few years. It seems fun though. I guess I have a pretty good understanding of it. I think we'll do hardcore. I think I'll do self-found just because I don't want to be overwhelmed by like buying BIS and stuff like that. I feel like if I get into auction housing or whatever, I don't know what their market's going to look like either. It might be a shit show anyway. So it's probably better to do Alex Guild going to be lit. Should I make a guild? I might make a guild. I don't know what you guys like, whether you want to chill in it or not, but if I do play it, I might make like a funny little whatever meme guild. If I do trading in it, I'm not sure either. Isn't that fun, part of the fun game trading? Yeah, I think you could trade like later though too. The currency market isn't in game. Alex, it's Pog. Did they actually do an in-game market this time? Is it not POEtrade.com or whatever? Join just for currency? Oh, really? That seems kind of cool. I would join, but I would run it down in your guild. That's fine. I think most people are probably gonna run it down in the guild. It'd be cool if you could have like a mix of like new players and like some OGs or something that are just like vibing. we get some OGs that could like teach players stuff, that'd be cool too. Not that I fucking know much about the game to begin with, if I'm being completely honest. I think I'm pretty like mediocre at it. Like I just kind of know how to get by, and that's about it, you know. The currency exchange was great last league. What do they mean by that? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do in the guild. The guild is purely like for social aspect anyway. I don't think it matters what you're doing in the actual POE guild itself. So I do want to play Dave the Diver. I'm gonna get I'll probably watch one more POE video. I said I wasn't going to, but I'm gonna probably watch one more POE video, and then we're gonna get in Dive the Diver. I'm gonna fill my water up real quick, and then we'll watch one last one and pop off. Does this say? And we pray the servers don't explode? Yeah. Is it a classes video? Yeah, we'll probably watch one classes video, and then we'll, like I said, we'll get into it. Oh. Dave. All right. We're gonna watch. Making some delicious food or snacks. Steam Routine Bot was correct. I did heat myself up a little something something. Give myself a little something something. Getting a little hungry.
Kyo Alex, happy face, love.
You seen this shit they're making a Pal World sim? What the fuck is this? What up, Momo? How you doing? Have I seen this? They're making a Pal World sim? What the hell is this? Pal World more than just pals? What the fuck is this, dude? Ain't no way. Yo, who trying to hop on? What lies inside the world tree is an exciting school filled with cute pals. Yo. Did that say Pal World Presents? This is official? A transfer student with a mysterious what? Powers. What the fuck is this? It was meant to be an April Fool's from the devs, but it got more attention than attention that they are making it. Oh my god. This is official. Student 75, Catris. You won't be able to take your eyes off of me, brother. So all the gooning shit, right? All the whatever, stuff in Pal World, they've just that's canon, right? Because like with the Pokemon Vaporeon shit, they just don't, outside of their like weird internal leak that came out where like Typhlosion's a fucking child kidnapper or whatever. Like they just kind of say, yeah, I don't know. But like the Pal World just like, actually, let's double down on that. Yeah, so this right here is Catris. You won't be able to take your eyes off of her. Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Hello? Lavender actively pursues humans for love. A cute shy boy, timid unless provoked. Oh, dude. What in the world? Chillette, I don't care how cute you think I am. Please don't pet me. Brother! Who said unless? You gotta be timed out. I'm sorry. I think for everyone's safety, I gotta time you out. A flirty senpai who wants all the boys. Yo! Yo! You there, handsome. How about we have some fun? What they mean by that? Woof, woof? What? Dog, crime? These POE 2 skills look nuts. Hear me out. You gotta be banned. No one wants to hear this out, dude. What are you talking about? Hear me out. Fuck it. Game Freak can make that shit canon, so can we. Yeah, Game Freak got real freaky though, didn't it? Didn't the Game Freak leaks get like real weird? Dog, what the fuck are you watching? I'm watching the Pal World announced more than just pals pocket pair date sim that they're officializing. This shit's canon. This is straight from the game devs. About to make me act up devious. Holy fuck. Put it on the wheel. You wanted to fuck your pals, don't you? I haven't even played this game. I played this game like for 2.5 minutes. I joined someone's server. I had no idea what was going on and left. But now... Wait, why is there student ID 69? What'd that mean? I didn't mean unless in that way. Chillette prompt had unless included in it, for fuck's sakes. It didn't matter, dude. It was already you were in the firing line at that point. There was a lot of shots going out. Maybe it was collateral damage, but holy shit, dude. Ken's been like already popping off. Let's get that server up. Yeah, I'm actually doing one. I'm not sure when. When Coffee said there's an update coming, so I'll probably have a coffee and some folks jump on that. A tough girl, fierce and independent. This is just a person. Zoe, the only partner I care about is Grisbolt, but I have no interest in you. The devious head of the student council. Black Marketeer. Hey, hey, you're an interesting one. Want to be my partner? Holy shit. Here, lunch. I made too much for Grisbolt. Don't get me wrong, I didn't make this just for you. When you stroke right there. Now, hold on a second. So, what are we doing here right now? What the fuck are we doing here right now, Pal World? Ain't no fucking way, dude. What are you talking about when you stroke right there? What do you mean when you stroke right there? What are we talking about here? Yo, this guy needs to be filing a fucking taxes instead of being in high school. What is going on here, man? He said he didn't want to be pet. But why are we petting him then? Dude, ain't no fucking way this guy just busted. Ain't no fucking way this guy just busted in a like an official game from the devs themselves. Yo! Is this... Yo! Oh, you were looking at me just now, weren't you? Holy fuck. That's cute. Meet me behind the gym after school. You want me to help your friend? Sure thing. But in return, you'll be going on a date with me. What is going on? I saw you looking at the pal. Why can't you just be mine? You liar. Liar, liar. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. What is going on, man? Whoever buys this game was on a watch list. Coming April 1st. Is it actually still an April Fool's joke, though? Is it still an April Fool's joke? Dude, you're gonna be banned for that. I'm not that comment's not gonna be let through, brother. That's it. Dude, ain't no fucking way. Do not unleash that prisoner to type that. Straight up, that's a straight up go to jail comment for sure. That's like, how do you even like put that commenter in jail immediately, dude? Holy shit. Read the comments. I don't know if I want to. Or do I even want to read these comments? They're gonna be like, oh yeah, this is my shit right here. I've never seen a studio that's in touch with their players. I salute you, Pocket Pair. Y'all are something special. Pocket Pair knows exactly what they're doing. Okay, Pocket Pair, let me just level with you here. Just 1 second. We will literally pay for this. The best part is that someone actually had to make assets for this. I've never been so traumatized in my whole life pre-ordering now. You're gonna stream it? I think this is like, I don't think this is TOS friendly. Like this trailer makes me feel like I couldn't stream it. I feel like I could not stream this. Like there's too many things in there that would kind of a little freaky. This is the perfect game for Casey too. Why is Casey being... Wait, why was Casey being name dropped in here? Oh, my boy Chillette. I love him. I don't know how I feel about this in particular, though. Catrus being a school yandere is such a mood skull emoji. Also, Chilletgasm is even more of such a mood. Crying laughing face. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, all right. I think I'm done with that actually. I think I'm done with that. Bro said I miss Dave. That wasn't even the video I was gonna watch, by the way. Somebody put that in chat and they were timed out for it immediately. I should have taken that as a warning sign, but I was like, oh, what do you mean they're making a dating sim for Pal World? That sounds weird. And yeah, it was exactly that. It actually was fucking weird. 4 hours of videos. Damn, what do you guys, okay, first of all, guys, there's not like a schedule that you arrive with an itinerary for tonight's dinner plans and a movie here in chat. I'm over here fucking streaming 15 hours of World of Warcraft, all right? I'm watching goddamn unusual memes half the other time where I'm sitting here staring into the void. There's not a, hey, Alex is going to watch videos for like 1 hour, and then 1 hour later he'll be gaming, and then 1 hour after that he'll be doing a giveaway for a CSGO knife, and then after that he'll be reminiscing about the old times. It's just fucking that, guys. You jump in here. Who knows what's going to happen? Is he going to play some shitty 20-year-old MMORPG, or is he going to watch 3 hours of videos and react to them? But we missed Dave. Dave is going to be back. I'm playing Dave. I'm going to play Dave, okay? We'll be playing Dave, all right? VOD viewers, skip. Or, yeah, VOD boys, skip ahead. We'll be playing fucking Dave. The thing is, we'll probably end with Dave, too, because, well, we might have some time. I don't want to stay up too late. Like, I don't know if I want to stay up too late playing WoW, because I want to wake up for the release of POE 2. I don't want to, like, be there for, like, 4 hours later. I kind of, like, so I'm probably going to, like, do another two stream thing again today where I go to bed and then I wake up and I stream again. I might do that as well. Kind of like I did yesterday or whatever the fuck, where I streamed Dave for 6 hours, passed out, woke up, streamed WoW for 10 hours, passed out, and I'm streaming again. I'll probably stream until, for the next 4 hours or so, pass out again, then wake up and stream POE 2. So that's pretty much been my schedule, especially given this little funny DLC December. We got 20 hours gifted to us yesterday. Last night, we're playing World of Warcraft. We got 200 subs playing World of Warcraft. Absolute insanity. Why am I playing anything else? It's actually pretty crazy. But yeah, I want to stream POE 2 when it comes out. I think that would be a lot of fun. I think it'd be good content out of it. Maybe it's a brand new game. We still have a lot of shit to do though too. We got fucking hardcore. We get to 25. I said I wanted to get to 30 as the next goal. So next time we play hardcore WoW, we get to 30. I don't even know if it'll be today though, because it's POE 2. I think I'll probably actually have POE 2 today. And then I think we have a raid with Moose Brother and Guild, which is, excuse me, just re-clears. Wait, is that out today? Hold on a second. What the fuck are we doing today? Yeah, it's just re-clears today. And then I think I come back. I think I just stream the re-clears, honestly. It's only going to take like an hour, right? Raiding Beg T. Is T today, Tinker? I thought T was tomorrow. I thought we do T on Saturdays. Or do we not? Oh, we don't do that anymore. Fuck. T's today? Oh, fuck. God damn it, bro. Thinking that you will be able to play an MMO on launch day is pretty optimistic. It's not an MMO, though. It's, well, it's Path of Exile. It's not an MMO. It's an ARPG. Yo, we're going to have to cancel T, brother. We're going to have to cancel that shit. I thought we did T on Saturdays. What happened? Dude, I'm just, like, so cooked with the schedule. I guess we do Tuesdays, Fridays. We do 1 hour of re-clears, and then we do T afterwards. Oh, fuck me. God damn it, man. I think we still are. We do re-clears at 7 your time, then 8 to 11 T. Fuck's sakes, bro. Fuck's sakes, man. There's too much shit going on. Hardcore WoW. Goddamn, a POE 2's coming out. We're too fucking locked out, man. Too locked out. Went from Giga Drought to too much shit. Yeah, unironically true. Yeah, there's too much shit. Pal World Dating Sim Nodders. Yeah, Pal World Dating Sim is where it's at. Absolutely.
The goal of this video is...
Well, fuck. How am I gonna... Dude, how am I gonna do this then? The alternative is I go until PoE 2 release, but that's in like 12 hours. There's no fucking way. There's absolutely no way I go until 12 hours. Play PoE 2 now? I can't. It's not out yet. I'm halfway through Stalker 2 and PoE 2 drops. Shit. Hey, low key, when are we playing Curse Baby? Just grind for 3 hours and sleep till launch. Are you ever gonna do some sort of YouTube content again? No. Grind for 3 hours and sleep till launch. Yeah, but then yeah, but then I wake up at launch and I just stream launch of it. I guess it's like 5. Is it what are they? We actually are doing the reclear today, right? Fuck, sakes, mate. Friday. Wait, this is for December 7th. December 7th is we do reclears on Fridays, I guess, right? I gotta do the reclear. Fuck's sakes. Yeah, we do the reclear today. Yeah, I asked the group. They all said they were in for Friday. And Mythic is a go-to. Yeah, so we do reclear today. And then we go straight into T, huh? 9 p.m. EST. That's 7. Wait, why does it say 7? Wait, it says 9 p.m. EST. That's 6. That's 7 my time for today? Or am I high? Oh, we do 8. We do 8 to 11. Wait, is that correct? I thought we did... Yeah, it's 6 PST till 7, and then 7 to 11. Right, okay. So it's 12 to 7 is nice for PoE stream. Yeah, it's so 12 to 7 for PoE stream. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so I definitely have to sleep then. If I want to stream PoE 2 today, I definitely will have to sleep after the stream. There's no fucking way I'm staying up for... Dude, I don't even know how many hours that would be. Like 16 hours. Yeah, no fucking shot. Actually, more than that, even. It would be 12? 17 hours. Yeah, I'm not saying for 17 hours. Just don't sleep. No, I gotta sleep, bro. I gotta sleep. The next day stream is gonna be really fucked up after that, though. It's gonna be really scuffed after that. And Friday is, or Saturday is. Why is this done weird though? Is our why is this scheduled for 5 my time? Is it 4 your time this is scheduled for? It says Saturday it starts at 7. Oh, that is 4 your time. So Saturday is 4 your time. But then Friday is 6 your time, Tinker? Is that how that works? Okay. Old Immortal HD would have just stayed up. No, old Immortal HD needs to sleep. Hence the name Old. Bro, and fucking Zols won't be there again? Holy shit, dude. Bro has to go to a lunch. God damn it, Zols. How are we gonna fucking prog Brood without you? Asshole. 24-hour stream? Hell yeah. Yeah, exactly. 24-hour stream? Hell yeah. Okay, we'll watch one more PoE 2 video for today's stream, and then we'll be diving with Dave until we hit that wheel. Why stop at 24? Go 48. True, absolutely. Ghost of Tsushima NG plus hard kicking my ass. Freaking spear dudes. Yeah. Fill your bathtub with coffee and connect an IV tube to your arm. You'll be fine. It's just unnecessary. I don't even know why. Why would I stay up, dude? I'll be like passing out playing PoE 2, bro. I'd be like, what the fuck? This game's out, yeah. And then no shot. I need some sleep, for that, for sure. 30-minute mild horror game that Lyric enjoyed. Well, you're 2 for 2 here, with your timeout slash whatever. That would have been a good recommendation for our Scarathon. Our Scarathon is was our viewer horror recommended games that we did over the course of October, that we picked out a handful of, which then turned into, I mean, and this is off the tail end of the Simathon, but now we're into December and we're continuing our whatever this was supposed to be at this point, like viewer recommended games on the wheel, and Dave the Diver's on there. We're gonna be playing Dave the Diver here in a minute. By the time I was for the Pal World video, that's why I said you're 2 for 2, but Damn dude timed out for shilling rat shaker. It doesn't deserve it, man. Yeah, it's timed out for links. It's timed out for links mostly. Scarathon VODs are all up, by the way. You can still check out the Scarathon VODs if you're curious about the games that we played during the month of October, which was all scary games. It was a lot of fun. Had a good time. But yeah, we're since then we've continued into now the viewer recommended games, which we put a bunch of titles on the list, and you know, we've been trying to play them in between all the other stuff going on this month.
Didn't even play Slenderman.
Yeah, sorry I didn't play Slenderman, but yeah, we got a lot of other stuff going on this month. We got the hardcore only things that we're trying to keep up with that. We got POE 2 releasing this month. It's obviously December, pretty busy season for a lot of people, obviously with the holidays and stuff. And going into next month, which is January, is going to be a lot of stuff dropping too. So hopefully I'll be able to get through a bunch of these games for you guys, at least the ones that you've been putting on the list. Like I said, been trying to tackle them. The spinning the wheel helps just because we can get through them a little bit faster, but you know, there are some games that we're going to play for a little bit longer just because people aren't spinning the wheel, and it is what it is. And then hopefully we can go back to some of the games that we missed, like the Cult of the Lamb with the DLC. And that's what this month was supposed to be. This month was supposed to be to catch up on some of the games with DLCs. Like there's a few games that are coming out with DLCs that'll be fun. I think Cult of the Lamb DLC seems fun. There's obviously people want me to play Elden Ring. I don't know when I'll do that. There's a whole bunch of shit that we got to get to with DLCs. So I shall try, but it's going to be a very long, it's going to be a very long DLC junkuary, the Junkler Jane. Yeah, it's going to be a very long couple of months of gaming, but you know, I digress, I suppose. Anyways, we'll watch one more video. This is the POE 2, what's the best class for you? Ultimate class guide, everything you need to know, just so we can make an informed decision about our playthrough.
Unable to play Witch as a pure necromancer makes me saddened.
Okay.
To make it a little bit easier for you guys to pick which class you're going to be starting with when the game launches. I'm going to cover all classes. We're going to take a look at playstyles and ascensions that they offer. And I'm not going to lie, all of these classes look very unique and fun to play. And by the way, for all the new players, what you need to know is that no matter which class you pick, when it comes to the skill tree, you can move around and pick the skills from the other classes as well. But where the uniqueness really comes from is the ascensions. But don't worry, by the end of this video, you're going to have all the information you need to decide which class you're going to pick. If you guys do enjoy the video, and only if you do, drop a like, sub to the channel.
Only if you do.
Uploading a lot of Path of Exile 2 builds and guides and a lot of information for new players as well. And now
that was a
TTS.
Yeah, it was a TTS.
Let's start off with the Witch. This class is an absolutely amazing mix of summoner / necromancer and even sorcerer, and you'll see what I mean by sorcerer here in a minute. Now, one thing you got to keep in mind, guys, is that the minion gameplay and quality of life is on a different level when it comes to this class. You don't have to always resummon your minions. You're not going to have to keep clicking the button every time a minion goes down, for example, because they auto-summon. You also have main minions, which are the ones...
Doesn't have updated details for what, the PC or...
You also are going to have temporary...
Yeah, it's going to be a minute before we update those, I think. I keep forgetting and doing other shit.
Corpses with your damage skills. All of your...
So I like playing Summoner a lot. Summoner is actually really sick. And like minion builds are pretty good. Is POE a PvE game? It is, yeah.
Or you can choose to make your minions...
It's like Diablo, pure.
...deal damage that way. With all of these things combined... Imagine just running around with a huge army of minions. On top of that, these guys are not your regular dumb minions. These are extremely
unethical minion builds. Yeah, true. It is kind of unethical, right? Minion builds are really OP, but they're really good for like getting through
and so on. One of
content.
the coolest things, by the way, about the Witch is the fact that you can turn your enemies into your minions. And this applies to some crazy kind of enemies as well. So imagine this. You find a really cool monster, you take him out, you love the skills that it was doing when it comes to damage, animation, whatever it is. Boom. Next thing you know, it's your minion, and now it's dealing.
I like doing minion builds, but then like I just feel like a boomer more than I already am. Because I'll just start just summoning and just going AFK.
So let's talk about Ascension. You're gonna have two options.
Whoa.
Infernal is the fire / minion playstyle.
Oh, what is it called? Is it called like SKS or some shit like that?
Enemies on attack, and it's also gonna take 20%.
Like, or it's like Raging Skull something, or is it RS something? RSR? I forget what it is.
You will be able to deal way more damage, but your HP
RFS, Rage Fire Spirits.
Create a more high HP build so that you can stay alive, right? The other option is the Blood Mage. You're going to have quite a few playstyles here. Every time you kill enemies, they will drop
spirits.
blood
Oh, yeah,
orbs.
raging
These
spirits.
orbs can overfill your
Yeah, summon
HP
raging
to
spirits.
double, which
Yeah.
is nuts. So
Or
if you
skulls,
have
whatever.
2,000 HP, now you have 4,000.
Wait, this is like a
HP. The cool thing about
Himamansa.
this is that it's tied to your critical hit damage.
Wait, this is
So
kinda
the higher
sick.
HP you're going to have, the higher your crit damage is going to be. You can also build into lifesteal on the Blood Mage. So overall, you can create
that's
some
kinda
awesome
sick.
builds with this Ascension.
I'm in
not
here
gonna
looking
lie,
for work.
If you enjoy Summoner / Necromancer style classes and builds, I don't think there is
Damn,
anything
a
to
blood
really not like.
necromancer.
Guys, when we actually get to the end game, there's probably so many things that we have no clue about that can completely change these builds and make them 10 times better.
True.
Just the fact that you can run around
The Blood
as a
Mage will
witch,
never get in
have all
Dragon
these
Age.
summons,
Yeah.
and at the same time deal insane looking fire damage is something that I really
Whoa.
want to try. So if that's what you're looking for,
That's
then
sick.
this is the class for you. Next up on the list is the
Damn.
Ranger. Now, if you're looking for insane
looks really
mobility,
sick.
cool jump skills, good ad clear, and pretty good single target damage, this is going to be the class for you. You're going to have two main sources of damage: lightning skills that will have amazing clearing potential and most likely really good speed clearing potential as well, or the poison builds. I personally think that both of these look really cool, and that movement is gonna come in handy a lot, especially if you're fighting bosses. Just
True.
think about it. Movement like that, once mastered, means more survivability, right?
Yeah, this
Also,
looks like a lot of
remember,
fun too. This is usually what I end up playing is like a toxic Boa Ranger, Markover Ranger. Yeah, probably, honestly.
Crazy when it comes to chaining attacks.
But
And when
even
it comes
Ranger
to
looks sick
poison,
as well.
You can even create like poison traps or clouds or whatever you want to call them around the enemies and deal a lot of damage. Obviously, there's going to be tons of more different things when you get to the end
More
game
different
when
things.
it comes to skills. But now let's take a look at the Ascensions. The first one is Deadeye. This is essentially just going to better everything that you do on the Ranger. You'll be shooting more arrows with more accuracy, and you're going to do all of that faster as well, which is most likely going to be insane with lightning skills, because imagine all the area of effect damage and boom, you go crazy and you can deal some insane damage and just chain everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nuts. It is actually so cool that the game is around the corner, because imagine if it was like 3-4 months away with all the information we have right now. That would honestly not be fun. The next one is the Pathfinder Ascension.
True.
This is going to be for all the players that want to go the poison route, as it will make all of the poison effects much more deadlier, pretty much. Like, that's the goal of this Ascension. It also gains access to crazy speed while in combat, which makes it very, very unique in my opinion, because you're pretty much going to be moving at full speed while you're shooting your arrows. And then think about it. You're just zooming around the map while dropping these poison traps, dealing poison damage, AoE damage. Good
That's probably gonna be a really
single
good build
target
too.
damage. And yet, thanks to the speed that the class has, you're going to be avoiding a lot of damage, which obviously means a lot of survivability, right? So if you're looking
Skills for an
a high
additional
mobility
projectile.
class and you really enjoy bow gameplay with some flashy lightning skills, setting traps and poisoning your enemies, well, then this class is for you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the Monk.
This one to me is like the least interesting, but I'm sure people will come up with some cool builds for it.
Absolutely stunning. The first time I saw that clip where he just starts teleporting to enemies back and forth like an absolute madman, yeah, that was crazy. The animations just look overall so clean in this game, you know what I mean? The speed clear potential is very high, but the
Monk looks the
Ascension
most fun to
is
me.
where Monk gets very, very interesting. The first Ascension we're going to take a look at is the Invoker. This is going to be the one you pick if you want to focus on more elemental damage. For example, you can create waves of elemental damage every time you land a critical hit. Now think about this. You just build into your critical hit, and then you're going to be spamming these waves all the time, which once again is gonna make it very, very good for speed clearing in general. Another option you'll have is to double your energy shield, which essentially means that you're gonna have amazing survivability. And when you combine this with the speed as well, yeah, these two together are always a very strong combo.
Yeah, the flipping over is kind of cool.
But that's not all. Depending on which elemental damage you enjoy more, you can also pick one and specialize in that specific element, or maybe
That's
you
cool.
just want to turn into an avatar, which means that every time you apply a status effect to your enemy, you'll gain Unbound Fury. And yes, you guessed it, Unbound Fury will give you the ability to deal some insane damage. The second ascension is the Acolyte of Chayula, which changes your spirit meter with a darkness meter. That alone like sounds pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. So thanks to the darkness, you can take way less damage from the enemies or deal more damage, and you're also gonna have options when it comes to specialization. So if you're looking for a fast melee DPS class that has some amazing combos and is very good at clearing, and on top you can build it so
I guess I
that
just
you
don't
got
like the class
tons of
fantasy,
survivability.
honestly.
This is gonna
It's
be
not even about
class
the
for
like
you.
how
And now
good
you're
or bad the
ready to
class
kinda
is. It's just like
explain
monk
this
to me is
class.
just
For me
so
personally, would
boring.
be to imagine a warrior class, but with just faster combat in general. Okay, here we go. Now let's talk about the sorcerer, and this one is kind of cracked. This is probably the craziest class when it comes to ascension, and we will get to that here in a minute. The sorcerer offers really high damage, incredible clear potential.
I like the movement. The movement
really
seems so like
flashy skills
flowy,
as well.
like
The
natural.
animations look so clean on the sorcerer. You can create firewalls and then shoot
Like
through the
it looks
fire with your
really
lightning
cool.
skills, and now your lightning
To
damage
be a
will
sorcerer,
deal
yeah,
more
I'm sure
damage,
sorcerer will be
and you
pretty
can
good.
actually see how they
Look at this. So it's combined. So she was shooting out lightning bolts, and they combined with a firewall to make like fire lightning bolts.
the first choice,
So
which is gonna
sick.
be the Stormweaver. This is
WSD
your
movement.
elemental
It's
specialist,
definitely gonna be
and
interesting.
what
I
that
might
means is,
try
for
it just to
example,
see if I like it,
anytime
but
you get
it might be a little
with your
scuffed.
spells, you will trigger elemental storms. Now imagine the
WSD
cool
movement looks
builds
really
you
good.
can
Yeah,
create, right?
possibly.
How insane the clear potential is.
Easy to sink 1,000 hours into. Oh, for sure,
Hits
for
with your
sure.
spells, you're gonna be seeing these all over the place.
The thing
And
was,
also think
WASD is
about how
OP.
cool the single
How do you use abilities with WASD? 1, 2, 3, 4, or
next ascension, and that's the Chronomancer. You can literally stop
Ooh.
time, guys. This is not a joke, by the way.
Wait, that looks-
Everything freezes
wait,
while
that
you
sounds sick.
destroy them with some of the flashiest skills in the game. But that's just the beginning. You can
damn,
teleport
that's probably fucking OP. What?
a few seconds ago. That's kind of
Dude, you could build for like temporal rift procs or something, so you're always like have frozen enemies.
Or you can just
Dude, I feel like I feel like that's broken.
time snap, which will reset all your cooldowns.
It probably doesn't work on like certain enemies though.
Class looks next level, and
Probably the most important enemies it might not work on.
said that this was one of the class they were most afraid of because they thought it would break the game.
Yeah.
Because, you know, every time you try to mess around with time, even if you look at movies, it usually doesn't go that well. And I guarantee you there will be so
Oh,
many
it's diminishing
crazy
returns on the
builds
time
you will
stop.
see on the
That makes sense.
Chronomancer.
Yeah, see how those are running at you? Yeah, that's
Think
what I'm
about
talking
it.
about.
The fact that you can reset your cooldowns.
I guess they
that
may have been
alone
out of
is
range.
gonna be so interesting, especially
Wait, that seems sick though. A Chronomancer, time-stopping wizard.
for a class with very fun combat,
Hmm.
high damage. But keep in mind, this class most likely will be squishier than others. One more thing I do want to mention
That might be
about
kind of
Sorcerer
fun.
is that it does look like a class that will highly reward skilled players, which means if you put in the time and master the class,
so not me.
you're gonna have a lot of fun. Next on the list is the mercenary.
This is what everyone's hyped
Let's
about,
say
this class.
ARPGs aren't the only genre you enjoy, right? Maybe you enjoy
Blood Mage,
first-person
Time Mage. I'm all about that
shooters
power
just
fantasy.
because
Yeah,
of
Blood
the
Mage and
feel
Time
in
Mage sounds
terms of
sick.
combat. In that case, Mercenary is most likely something that you're gonna enjoy a lot. But a good feeling class isn't necessarily enough for many players out there. It also has to perform really well, especially when it comes to endgame. So let's break down what this class can offer. If you want to feel like Van Helsing on steroids,
Oh, yeah.
attention. You're gonna have different options when it comes to dealing
bro,
damage with
a
your
crossbow animation is
shotgun
awesome.
style, AR style, or even sniper style. All of these options create awesome tools depending on what kind of combat you're in. Are you fighting a lot of enemies? In that case, shotgun might be the key. Or if you're fighting a boss and you're trying to stay at range, you're probably better off going sniper. That said, you also have a grenade launcher that comes with your crossbow. And it's kind of crazy to say this when we're talking about like a mercenary dude running around with a crossbow and out of nowhere, he just pulls out a grenade launcher and just absolutely demolishes you. But yeah, that's happening. Which gives you the option to do incredible boss damage, by the way, because the burst damage is really high on this. You can also freeze, slow, and burn enemies with different types of grenades. The combos you can do is kind of crazy. Now let's talk about the ascension.
Ascendancies.
The first one is going to be obsessive rituals. With this one, you can get a skill that gives you a 10% chance to explode enemies on death and deal 100% of their HP as damage, or even crazier than that, go for decimating strike. Listen to this. This one has a chance to deal 30% damage on initial hits, even on bosses. And that sounds crazy.
Good night, ya boy.
Now imagine you have a bunch of mercenaries and they all proc this on a boss. It will probably just get deleted. We don't exactly know.
I don't feel like that works that way.
But that is just one
It
of
does
those
sound good, though.
things that if it does work, yeah, bosses are in trouble. The second ascension is Gemlin Legionnaire. This one is mostly focused on making everything involving gems just better. For example, you can get 3 additional skill slots. You can
Wow.
also go for
Wait,
really
that's
high
good.
resistances as well, or straight up increase the quality of your gems. All of these
Wait,
things
that sounds
combined
really
gives
good
a
early
lot of
game. What the
insane
hell?
crafting options to create an incredible long-range class with
12 quality to all skill gems.
and on top of
What?
that, don't forget, it feels like you're playing a first-person shooter, right? So if that's what you enjoy, you're gonna have a great time. One of the coolest things for me personally is the fact that you can have options at any range, man. Shotgun, sniper, AR, which means you can succeed in any environment, right? It doesn't tie you down to a specific style of combat, and that's really nice.
Class
You
is
get to
broken?
pick
Yeah,
the
probably.
range you want to fight at, and at all of these ranges, you're gonna have strong options. Not many classes can really offer that, so it's definitely a unique class, both mechanically and playstyle wise. So if you want a class that is very responsive, has incredible burst damage, then Van Helsing on insane amounts of steroids, jacked out of his mind, is for you. And finally, let's talk about the Warrior. This class is all about slamming things and feeling like the Hulk. You can deal huge areas of damage. With the Warrior, you're going to be using your shield a lot as well. So if you, and this is going to be like the closest thing to sword and shield kind of feeling tanks in other games or MMOs, for example, in general. With the shield, you do have directional blocking, and you're pretty much blocking all incoming damage until your stun meter fills up. And after that, it is gonna break and you're gonna be in trouble. Now, I'm assuming that there is gonna be ways to increase the stun meter or make it so that the enemy hits will charge up this stun meter slower so that you can block more incoming damage. Let's talk about the Ascensions. The Warbringer is the first one. This one allows you to call in spirits and empower totems, similar to what the Monk can do when he calls in the bells and starts hitting them. But obviously this one functions a little bit differently. You're not hitting them, the totems just spawn and they deal damage in a big area. It does look like it also stuns and pushes.
A lot of people are saying to
enemies back
prioritize
as well,
defense in PoE 2 for certain reasons in all classes.
any work.
Yeah, well, are you saying the stat defense or just defense attributes like fire, like ice resistances?
That's why I said this is like the
Like armor defense? Like what do you mean by the value of defense?
feeling of a tank character. And the next ascension is the Titan. The first skill we are going to take a look at is Earthbreaker. This gives you a 20% chance for your slams to create aftershocks. And the cool thing on the Warrior is if you go all into stunning enemies, which you can do with your shield, by the way, a lot of the time, there is a skill that gives you 40% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. And you can imagine how cool the builds can be when it comes to all of these stuns. Obviously, on the passive skill tree, you can use some keystones to get
you
the
just summon a
ability
clone to do
dual
shockwave
wield
stuns.
some weapons instead of the shield and go crazy on damage even more. But that's gonna be
Health and armor in all
completely up to
classes.
you.
Yeah,
That
that's
said, if you're looking
that's just PoE though. PoE. The beginner trap is to put a bunch of points into like attack speed and like stats that give you like crit and then do 0 damage and then get one shot.
access,
You absolutely need resistances.
guides
And there's
builds for PoE 2.
I'm
So
just-
if you guys did enjoy this video, and only if you did, slap the like, sub to the channel so you do not miss out on the upcoming content. I'm
I'm a little skeptical on like the not skeptical but nervous on like the thresholds. Like there's certain amount of resistances you need for certain acts as you get through them. Like by act whatever you need a certain amount of chaos resistance, by act 2 you need a certain amount of like freeze resistance, like stuff like that. So I'm a little like that's one reason I'm like, dude, if we play hardcore we're probably just gonna die because we're not gonna know where the values of where we need to be at certain points in the game. So it's like better to be safe than sorry with like defense. Just by putting a lot of points into armor, putting a lot of points into health, and putting a lot of points into like all resistances if you can. But other than that, it should be pretty fun to try to figure this stuff out in like real time, especially with a new version of PoE. What class? I don't even know, dude. There's 2 classes in here that I wasn't even thinking about. Like I thought I would do something with Bow Ranger, either Deadeye or is this Pathfinder? One of these two. Or I was gonna go into Gem Legionnaire with the mercenary tree, but now I see they have like a blood mage, which that sounds pretty sick. Like skills gain life cost equal to base mana cost. Is there anything else? Oh, gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra minimum life. And you can like 10% spell damage leached as life. This sounds pretty sick. You can like summon a whole bunch of minions while you're doing like blood mage shit. Like that sounds really awesome. And also Time Wizard sounds fucking dope. Like that sounds just broken. Temporal Rift, Time Snap. Like a Chronomancer sounds really cool. Here's the Pathfinder All Ascendancies tree. Okay. Oh, so there's a whole bunch of shit here on this side, huh? Why is this so zoomed out? What the hell? Oh, I see. This is where they were using for their guides. Why can't I barely read this? Is this from oh, this is from the official site too. Damn.
Like you didn't give Chad a thingy hard last stream, and you didn't want to play the porn Pokemon game. How's your Jumpler fanbase supposed to goon? Bad streamer.
What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, maybe we don't do. I don't know if we do sorcerer. Like sorcerer looks like a cool class. I've never played like. I'm the guy that summons lightning bolts and frost bolts. I just never did that shit. Time Wizard looks like a kind of a neat concept though. Temporal Rift. Time Freeze releases large waves that stop time for all affected enemies. If you combine that with something disgusting, you could probably do a lot of crazy wave clearing stuff with time stop. Because as long as you don't get hit, you win, right? But then you have to do like a lot of damage output. You probably just become like a one-shot build. There's probably some build where you just stop all enemies and you do a bunch of damage, but you're literally like a glass cannon. Which that sounds scary for your first playthrough, especially. Like I don't know if I can make an effective Time Wizard build and not grief myself. I'll probably die like instantly Act 2. Not even. Probably Act 1. Don't you get better stats if you heavily invested in just one type of abilities? Not necessarily, because it's like based off of like gems that you get and what level your gems are. So it's not necessarily like you only invest into one ability. I'm afraid with bosses for this one. Yeah, this one seems a little sketchy. Like I don't know how I would play it. I'd have to look up some builds for it. But I mean, it does sound fun. So we probably don't go Time Wizard. That's probably not the move. Warrior's just a hard pass. Always. I'm not a warrior. Never been. Not the warrior. Ranger though, so Ranger is exclusively what I ended up playing a lot of in POE 1, specifically the Toxic Rain Ranger. And so it's just you shoot out massive poison bolts and they just delete your entire screen. That was kind of fun for me because you're very fast and you can keep your distance while just like screen clearing. Also, there's like really effective builds that people have like mastered over the years that like have a lot of guides to them. So it's very easy to get into it at the same time. It wasn't like experimental. Like it was a very common build, which is why it's like that would be more comfortable for me to just go down like a poison road again. Although this Deadeye seems kind of interesting too. Extra projectiles, apply mark, gain tailwind. Like a Hurricane Ranger build would be kind of neat. Pathfinder would probably make more sense. If I wanted to play it safe, I'd probably do Pathfinder. Alex, did you get Sonic for dinner tonight? I did not get Sonic for dinner tonight, no. Unfortunately not. Did not get Sonic. A lot of people were talking about the Mercenary. They've been liking the Mercenary. I'm not gonna lie, the Gemling Legionnaire sounds pretty sick. 3 additional skill slots on gems, plus 1 level to all skills. That seems like a very comfortable class to kind of push through. Like, I would probably be comfortable on Gemling Legionnaire. I think a lot of people are probably going to be playing this. Probably a lot of people. That seems like a pretty good pick. I mean, you get plus resistances as well to support gems. Per 4 green support gems, you get lightning resistance. You just build resistances based off of support gems. That's nice. You can use 2 copies of the same support gem in different skills. Wait, what? Wait, so you could have so if you had like a say like a skill speed gem, you could put 2 skill speed gems and all of your other gem bonuses apply to it. So like plus 1 level to all skills and quality. Yeah, Jumbling Legionnaire seems a little good. Little good for, I mean, I'm not sure how it'll do like late game because some of this stuff I don't know how it scales. But it definitely seems very like a very good pick to get into it. Witch Hunter seems cool, but yeah, I mean, this could be like a really fun class. And the other one was I was looking at Blood Mage. Oh man, I feel like Blood Mage could be fun too. For me it's probably down between, actually I don't even know, like Pathfinder, Gemling, or Blood Mage. I think that's probably where I'm at. I'm leaning more towards Gemling Legionnaire. Characters can't use copies of the same support gems and different skills. You're limited to one, so only one. Yeah. So it just breaks it by letting you use 2 support gems, and you could do that for every single skill too. That's crazy. I think there could be a lot of fun to just experiment with it, see what you can do. And then the Witch, Blood Mage Witch. Skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost. So how does that help you? Because you use life and you use mana, or do you only use life and you don't touch mana anymore? I assume it uses both. I mean, it sounds like it uses both. Drinks the blood of your enemies to restore your life. While active, enemies you kill have a chance to spawn a life remnant, and critically hitting a target spawns a life remnant every few seconds. Picking up a life remnant gives you life, which can overflow maximum life. Both. Okay, so you can actually have like life overflow with the Blood Mage. 10% of your spell damage leached as life. Open sores. Your curses have infinite duration. Do you guys like as witch players? Do you guys see anything on here that's like that looks busted? Like I don't know if at first glance yeah, I don't know if at first glance I see anything that's like I don't know if I would know. Like I don't know if infinite curses is like you just reapply curses normally, right? Overflow is sort of busted. Overflow life is busted, you think? 7 is very defensive. 25% of life loss from hits is prevented. Then that much life is lost over 4 seconds instead. That just seems like you're getting saving grace. I guess. Right? I guess the prevention, 25% damage mitigation is what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good, right? Base crit for spells is 15%. It means you can't get one shot. 25% of life loss from hits is prevented. Okay. Grasping Wounds is a flask in POE, and it's over 100 div each league. Oh, really? Okay. So just the 7 ability by itself is very strong. Okay. Gotcha. So that seems pretty good to you guys. 1% increased critical damage bonus per 40 life. And then Crimson Powers gain energy shield from equipped body armor as an extra maximum life. Gain energy shield from equipped body armor as extra maximum life. Oh. So you get even more life from your chest piece. Have you pre-downloaded the game? I did. I have the game pre-downloaded already. We'll be full sending it. Hopefully, like I said, I'm gonna try to get some sleep beforehand, but you know, hopefully we load into it. No problems, hopefully. Hopefully, no problems. Overflow doubles your HP. Yeah, that's really good too, huh? I mean, that's the whole gimmick though, is like you're spending life and you're also gaining life. Yeah, that sounds sick, like in concept, right? Like you're spending your life points to do like damage and abilities, but it also sounds a little scary too. I don't know, because you could be killing yourself at the same time. But I'm sure there's probably like safe ways of doing it, and it just probably will be like a broken resource. You can stack life for good crit damage as well. Yeah, 1% increased crit damage per 40 life. So the goal is just to build up your life pool. Like you just want to have a shit ton of life to like increase spell crit. %10 spell damage leached as life. So you can get life back while you're doing damage and using abilities. What happens if you get low on health? Are you like critical? You can build defensive and get damage. Yeah, is it like scary if you get low on health? Because at that point, it's like your resource to spend is your health that's already low. Like you have to kind of build like really defensively. Health flask? Oh, true. I guess you just health flask. Yeah, I guess I just invest in like some good health flasks. It does sound really sick, man. It does sound like a really sick class, and it's like a witch too, right? So you can like summon things. Or you get like a, what if you get like a blood golem? Could you summon like a blood golem or something? And then that way you have like, you like share life pool with blood golem, and then that way you do even like, you take even less